Serial killers who broke down in tears on their final day, to the ones who look forward to it with a smile. These are the final 24 hours of every US serial killer who is now dead. It's January 23rd, 1989, Florida State Prison. At exactly 7:06, the Florida Department of Corrections starts the official 24-hour countdown to execute one of the most notorious serial killers in America. Ted Bundy wakes up in his cell. For over a decade, he has managed to delay his execution. His team of lawyers that consists of public defenders such as Paulie Nelson and James Coleman have been filing direct appeals and submitting emergency motions and arguing that he's not mentally stable for years now.
Bear with me.
He used every single loophole there was. It's like it's not going to work out anymore. Ted gets the same cup of prison coffee he gets all the time, while his lawyers work on last-minute appeals. They try everything to delay the execution once again. His constitutional rights were violated during the trial. The evidence was handled incorrectly. All of these arguments are being presented, but one by one, it seems like they're getting denied. After all, Ted confessed to the murders of at least 30 people, almost all of them being young women with long, dark brown hair, and his real body count is believed to be far higher. His crimes stretched across 7 different states. Ted used to pretend to have an injury. He would use a sling or a crutch and ask them to help him carry something into his car. But when they turned
Happy 4th, everybody.
cases. The state station and even told them that, that he
Yo,
had told
yo,
his
yo.
girlfriend to be careful out there because there was a bad guy out
What
there
it
that was
do?
picking up women and killing them.
Hello.
All this time, Shawcross kept up his normal
Right.
routine, working at the cheese factory,
Damn.
home to loyal wife Rose. But the girls kept going missing. On the 17th of December 1989, June Cicero, one of the street's most notorious hookers, disappeared from life.
She was the madam of the streets. She was the meanest prostitute in the city of Rochester, and they always called her June Cicero.
Shawcross had picked her up in the Chevrolet Celebrity that he'd borrowed from his mistress, Clara.
How did June Cicero die? How did you kill her?
Strangled her. Mostly my left hand.
So you strangled them with your
There. Pressure point.
Shawcross drove the dead body of June Cicero out of town towards nearby Northampton Park.
It was snowing real bad one night. And I went out Route 19, I think it was, and I crossed over on 31 headed back toward the city. And there was no cars coming. So I just opened the door and pushed her out. Over the bridge, knocked some snow down. Down the woods. And he just closed the door and kept going.
The police were now to get a crucial break. While searching Northampton Park for the body of yet another missing woman, Catherine, that's exciting. It was the body of June Cicero. And then Caffrey spotted a suspicious-looking car on the bridge itself.
The passenger door was open, and it appeared that he had been urinating out of the car. And that's what we could see. And as the helicopter flew by, he closed the passenger door and slid across into the driver's seat and started to proceed easterly on Route 31.
Pro-level performance at work.
Mama.
I didn't register what was going on. The guys were there.
It was my belief that Shawcross returned to the bridge to make sure that the body was far enough under the bridge so we couldn't observe it.
As the body of June Cicero was recovered from under the ice, the driver of the suspicious car was taken into questioning by the police. 21 months into their investigation, police had now finally pulled in Arthur Shawcross. And when they ran his name through their system, they found an astonishing personal history, a trail of murder stretching back almost 20 years.
Damn.
Shawcross had grown up around Watertown, 100 miles east of Rochester. May 1972, an 8-year-old girl, Karen Hill, was reported missing. Fearing she'd drowned, the police began searching the banks of the Black River.
And we went over the bank, and I went one side, Officer Passler went on the other side, and he says, "Here she is." I walked over under the bridge, and we saw this little body buried with the stones on her, and her little feet sticking up. We knew she was dead because the whole upper torso was buried in rocks, and she was dead. You know, she was cold.
And those guys are tough policemen, you have to understand. And they were walking up from the embankment, just shaking their heads. I heard one of them say, he stuffed her mouth with dirt and mud to keep her quiet.
A sniffer dog led the detectives from the body of Karen Hill to Clover Street and the home of Arthur Shawcross. Shawcross was then 27 years old and was living with his third wife, Penny. He'd had a troubled childhood and a history of petty criminality. He was arrested and brought in for questioning.
Well, he was a lot different then. He was thin, just out of the Army. He was in good shape. He looked like he had very strong arms, very strong hands. And when he was agitated, really agitated, he was scary. You wouldn't want to be in the room with him alone. He looked a little strange, to be honest with you. And I did not get in the cell with him like I ordinarily would. I would always stay outside the cell so that we had steel bars between us and talk to him there.
Police now spent 3 days trying to get Shawcross to admit his guilt.
And it appears that he made some sort of a confession. It wasn't an airtight confession. He said something to the effect either I could have done it or I might have done it.
What did you do to young Karen Hill?
I ain't saying. I told you I wouldn't talk about that. I wasn't talking about anything that happened in Watertown.
Why not?
Because I make that. I'm not talking about anybody in Watertown. You can either take it or leave it.
But another child was missing too. 4 months earlier, 10-year-old Jack Blake had also disappeared. Shawcross had often gone fishing with the young boy, and police suspected that he was responsible, but they had no hard evidence. And with only a vague confession linking him to the death of Karen Hill, police decided to offer Shawcross a deal. Tell them what he'd done to Jack Blake, and face a lesser charge for the murder of Karen Hill.
So we had a conference in which
So I decided to look at some new wheels for the truck. Went into Rental Wheel. I'd heard about it. He said that $20 gets you started in and out the door. But the selection was awesome. Check out all the different styles of wheels they had. So I handed them $20 cash. They gave me the contract, no credit check.
You're-
And next thing I know, my wheels and tires are being unboxed. I can't believe it.
It didn't pop up.
Now there's some small weekly payments. I can pay 'em off. It's awesome.
Being stupid. You have an update too?
Probably looking at my eyes.
How did that happen?
Mr. Shawcross explained to them what happened, what he did, and how he killed the poor boy.
Ooh.
This was part of the plea bargain arrangement, that he would explain that for them.
Shawcross directed police to the body of the young boy, which they found by train tracks just out of town. He was naked, and it seemed he'd been raped before being strangled to death. But as part of his plea bargain, Shawcross wasn't charged with the killing of Jack Blake. He faced a reduced charge for the killing of Karen Hill.
Mr. Shawcross pled guilty to manslaughter. He was given maximum
You're up,
years.
up. just up top from the water.
They were furious, and they were very upset about the plea bargain.
Yeah.
I'm sure the public wanted a murder conviction.
People wanted justice, and no matter, the law had to be upheld. And
Who?
nothing could be done more than what was done.
I ain't even jumped ahead.
Waiting for
I've been fishing.
more judgment.
I built most of that the first night we played the other day.
Shawcross served less than 15 years of his sentence before being released on parole in April 1987. Just 15 months later, he'd settled in Rochester, and his trail of murder had begun again.
But had Shawcross been held responsible for murder in the second degree and received what would have been a well-deserved maximum sentence?
Shit, I call them deviations fishing.
I know one thing for sure as I'm sitting
Like,
here, he would not
2 of 'em.
have committed these other homicides.
Now, armed with the knowledge of the Watertown killings, the police in Rochester
Sup,
were
dog?
convinced they had their man, and they began to put the screws on Arthur Shawcross.
There were several of the prostitutes that were still missing, and they played on that, the interviewers, and they said, "Look, Art, there's girls out there that are missing that we know you killed."
They had a stack of photographs of the victims, like a bunch of playing cards.
And he took the stack and like a deck of cards, dealt out the ones that he was responsible for.
And then they went back and talked to him about each one, and he gave a confession to each and every one.
Why did you confess to it?
Why? I just got tired of it after 14, 16 hours later.
Tired of what?
All what was coming at me.
Uh-huh. It didn't take much.
Police now had their confession. and
I got him out of the
Shawcross was
the
murder
blueprint
11
machine.
As he was sent for trial, there was no doubt that he had committed the murder.
One, I'm pretty sure. How do I check that again?
Done it. As
My
medical
gear.
experts
1.
began to examine him, serious
1.
questions emerged as to
I'm on
whether
tier
Arthur
1.
Shawcross
You just go to gear.
would actually be insane.
Yeah. Probably. Check the boxes.
Arthur Shawcross
Let's
had
see.
now been arrested and was awaiting trial for the murder of 11 women. There was no doubt
Make
he
sure I
had
ain't got
killed them,
none.
but his defense team now set
All-purpose
about exploring
plastic.
a fundamental question.
Was
What made Arthur Shawcross
Oh, yeah, here.
so violently?
Check this big box I'm in.
There's something wrong with Arthur Shawcross. He's not a normal person. Everybody, you know that just from the beginning. So what is it? Could there be something neurologically wrong with him?
Eminent neurologist Jonathan Pincus has examined the brains of numerous serial killers and believes that damage to certain areas of the brain.
I hate when I try to drag it over and I let go of it too early and it disappears.
Scan of Arthur Shawcross fitted this pattern.
If you have a lesion on the MRI, you've got an abnormality in the EEG coming from exactly the same place, and behavior that's rather bizarre that comes from this part of the brain. I think it's likely that the abnormality of the brain has something to do with his behavior.
Yeah.
So much that I think that had he not been neurologically abnormal, I think he probably would not have been a serial murderer.
But brain damage alone is rarely decisive. Shawcross was also subjected to an in-depth examination by a senior Yale
Yeah, I have a
psychiatrist.
light machine gun and a sniper rifle, bro.
And then were able to verify was the fact that he was horribly mistreated sexually as a child. In the course of
What are
the
you doing?
he relived some of that experience, which was out of his conscious awareness.
You need ammo?
Lewis
Go!
took Shawcross through a series of interviews, some conducted under a form of hypnosis.
Well, you need copper ammo?
What are you doing?
Oh.
Why are you holding your penis?
1040.
What's happening? What's happening? What is Mama doing? Mama touching you? What is she doing?
Yeah, it was raining too much. Set the house for us. Want to plan to do anything outside? It ain't raining right now, but
What do you think, Mommy? What do you think? Do you think? What do you think?
Stop. No.
What did your mother do? My mother gave me oral sex. She performed oral sex on me for several years.
oral sex.
Then I was 14 years old. We had intercourse, and I ran away. I put a signed note on my pillow in my bedroom. I'm going to Syracuse, and I turned around and went to Canada. I just didn't want to go home.
Because you were being abused.
Yes, sir, I was.
Shuri.
Very young, he ran away from home. He used
Man,
to hide under the
my chili
teacher's
turned out
desk.
so good.
He was an extremely
Yeah.
and troubled child, very, very early.
What's up, SA?
So that there's a consistency to this history
Huh?
of abuse.
Pop Tarts and a Klondike bar.
Argued that the brain damage had caused him to suffer a phenomenon known as partial seizure.
Move.
Just prior to the murder, there would be some event, very often some disagreement or some threat to him where the woman may have said, "I'll tell your wife about this," or something. And then he would see bright white light. And then the next morning he would wake up. And he would wake up in his car, and he would look beside him, and there would be a body. He did not have conscious knowledge of what he was doing or conscious control over what he was doing.
Oh, shut up,
Defense
bitch.
experts argued
What do you
that, like
mean?
many other serial killers,
Talking about this guy that was on a 17-year killing spree would black out and didn't know what he was doing. Oh, then if you know there's a chances, why are you gonna go pick another poor soul up?
Mental illness, and the
You know what I mean?
exposure to
Like, come on, bro.
everyone
I fell down a
has
fucking rabbit hole, bro. Don't.
a factor in it. They interact with one of them. The violence would be
I was trying to find something to watch the other day, and it was a top 5 worst serial killers in American history. It was 3.5 hours long, so I was like, all right. So I watched it, and I've kind of,
It was an argument that provoked derision from
yeah.
both prosecution and police alike.
Few things are more tragic than the murder of a beautiful theory by a gang of
Do you need me to give you permission to get into anything?
It's a beautiful theory, but
Okay.
Claimed his mother put a broom handle, inserted it into his anus, and shoved it up, was his description.
I've done.
That clearly
Yeah, I haven't.
would have
I haven't done much.
resulted in trauma. There was no evidence.
I've only opened up one weapon crate since we started playing again.
Trial, I received a call from his mother. She questioned, "Why is he saying these things? Why are they claiming these things?"
Your mum has obviously denied that anything like that happened.
everyone would. Can you picture what would
Okay.
happen to a person
Hold on real quick.
if she admitted she did
Come on.
shit like that to me?
I'm making us some thermium.
Shawcross say, well, there was no sexual abuse.
Put in your backpack, keep you warm.
How they know? I know because I was there. I know what I had to go through.
You said, what the fuck is that?
Well, they said they checked all the medical records.
Yeah, I was literally, when you got on, I was early. That's why I didn't see that you would call me on Discord, because I was trying to read that shit.
Me to a doctor because she was giving me oral sex. That's bullshit.
If he was lying and he hadn't been sexually abused, that would confound you.
It would indeed. It's almost inconceivable that he was not sexually abused.
Crucial to the defense case was the argument that Shawcross's mental seizures meant he had no knowledge of what he was doing.
If you didn't know what you were doing,
If I leave something on the table, can you
why
get it
make
out?
efforts to hide anything? Why do you deposit the bodies in a Genesee gorgery where they're less likely to be found? I think all those facts really speak to someone who knew exactly what he was doing
prosecutor thinks that his upbringing is completely normal. This is just a man who was
I'm
bad.
going to.
He's evil. And he killed those women.
See if you can
because
take one of
he
those.
wanted to do it, and he enjoyed doing it. That's not normal. No matter what the prosecutor
No.
thinks is normal, that's not normal.
All right.
Is
How do you do that?
who kills a person
Heck.
mentally ill?
Z.
Probably. Is
Oh, yeah.
somebody who kills 11 people here and has killed 2 kids before got issues?
Mhm.
Absolutely.
What the fuck is
That's
it?
not the claim. Not the argument that they're not in some way disturbed. The issue is you don't qualify for an insanity defense. Shawcross knew what he was doing.
Mhm.
And if you know it's wrong, then you're responsible for your acts. That's the way it works.
During the trial,
Ooh.
the defense also argued that Shawcross had been brutalized by his experiences as a soldier in Vietnam.
Yeah.
What happened in Vietnam?
Lots of things happen in Vietnam.
So do you have to activate it or anything, or?
As a weapons specialist, and I had my own bunker and just outside of Kontum, Vietnam,
The helium.
Central Highlands.
Shawcross claims he often
No.
ventured out into the jungle as a one-man unit, hunting down enemy Viet Cong.
And I see a woman in her 30s coming down this hill carrying 2 AKs on this side, 2 AKs on this side, barrel down. So I
Hit G, you think you might have your motorcycle.
right behind my neck, and I pull out a brand new machete. When she backed out, took her head right.
Oh, you know you pop a willy now? You can endo too. How do you jump it? Okay.
Oh yeah.
Huh?
So Aiden was informed. Oh yeah, I forgot. I gotta go bring my car into service. The appointment is 11:30 to 12. Like, can you tell me that now? I already told little Aiden at the moment by 11:30. Because she keeps it for
No.
So he was on the switch and go to little Aiden's house. Probably just chill there until the gate is back. Or I can message little Aiden out. Okay.
There you go.
We'll figure something out. Something fast.
Oh, fuck, that car didn't render.
I did rail into it.
Uh-huh.
I did that 3 times last time I played it.
Anything I take is taxable.
Look at the 0 gravity.
Right where the Wonderland thing is. The Winter Wonderland. Not like it all the time. I don't even know where we're going.
He's confounded numerous attempts by psychologists to understand him. And like other serial killers, his crimes have given him a macabre notoriety.
Yeah.
You see yourself as something of a celebrity?
Yeah, I've already did these. Yeah. You got to do them though, don't you?
In what way? Well, everybody knows what I'm here for.
Do you enjoy the attention?
Sometimes. Sometimes it gets to be a hassle.
And from his prison cell, Shawcross continues to invent ever more imaginative justifications for his killing of the women in Rochester.
When I picked up women, I thought I had AIDS. Because one of the women who stopped in the car told me one of the women I took out has HIV positive. I didn't know which one of them were, so I went back and picked up all the ones I dated in 2 streets in Rochester. And I started killing them. And while I was doing it, I took the vagina of 3 and ate it. Why? I don't know. Probably to speed up the idea of the AIDS disease.
So you thought it might kill you quicker?
Probably.
It's just not a lot of people that I've ever spoken to have eaten human flesh.
You ever eat a raw steak? Or eat a steak that's got fat on the end?
Yeah, talk to a bunch of people.
I mean, when you were hauled in by the police, did you make any mention of the HIV?
No, sir, I did not.
I suppose it's because some people might say, well, isn't that just an excuse to justify killing?
Oh, yeah.
Who would you want to believe? I told you how I killed, why I killed. You don't want to believe it. That's up to you.
One thing, however, remains a taboo subject: the killing of the 2 children in Watertown. You're prepared to talk about what happened in Vietnam and killing all these prostitutes. But I'm just wondering why you're prepared to talk about it and not Watertown.
I don't want to talk about it. Say one more question, I'll leave.
Certainly he knows how we all feel about women and children. It's just, obviously,
Yeah.
He understands that, but the problem is he can't justify it. He can't come up with a selling point or a way to mitigate that. So he's just not going to talk about it.
In 2001, someone was to enter Shawcross's life who would force him to confront his darkest demons, the daughter he never knew he had. In 2001, Arthur Shawcross received dramatic news. Whilst on leave from the army in the early 1960s, he was a woman in Hawaii. 40 years later, the child from that relationship, Maggie Deming, discovered who her father was and decided to make contact.
What happened?
My husband at first was like, don't go there.
Well, shit.
Do you realize that he killed children? And I said, well, I can't just shut the door on this. This is a part of my life that I just can't close the door.
What did you feel when you
I made sure it was
met
the
him
same
for the
location.
first time and went
Check
to
for
prison?
the one that ice.
Apprehensive, nervous.
True.
Didn't know what to say. I guess.
Yeah.
He was very genteel.
What am I?
Very grandfatherly to my daughter. He joked around a lot.
God, get on.
What if I just go for one right now? Possible, right?
That's come on, bro. I'm good with it. Cool with it.
What he did to them, like I said, was a pretty rough. And that's going to be between him and his mate.
Should be all right. If you happen to be in the, if you're going to the car thing, you can get me some of them the True North smell goods. Yeah, see if they got a bigger pack of them. Love you, buddy. Be careful, please. Walmart. Ooh, I just did a backflip. Oh! Holy shit, yeah. I didn't land it. Landed on my face.
This looks like the place.
You can't feel any empathy for all those people, the families of all the people that you killed.
It's not there. Like I said, it's one side and the other side. I don't know, something inside of me is weird.
I don't know if I've been here. I don't recognize this. Well, I love the sniper rifle being a one shot fucking kill.
You really can't forget. These sort of things you can't really forget on the part of those parents.
I just run through and spam fucking F the whole time.
I don't regret the fact that people saw them. Can't change it. I don't see Arthur Shawcross from Watertown with my children in 2008 in Sullivan Correctional. Totally different people. Totally different.
There's like these shadowy characters. I can't figure out how to kill them yet.
Lots of deviants, though. We'll have to work our way past them or through them in order to find the convoy.
Got it halfway. Oh my god, I'm trying to reload, fuck. Ooh, quick shot. Oh. Yeah. I popped it. I'm dead.
They're the world's most infamous serial killers.
It was the largest numbers of deaths attributable to a single mass murder in American history.
Where?
Here it was, all American boys, all American men.
But what drove them to commit their horrific crimes?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Cut open.
Holy shit.
Their organs have been removed.
Was it nature?
He's the most deranged fellow I ever met.
Man, now I shot him.
One by one in front of the children.
Oh yeah, he's coming.
doing?
Oh, man,
I
get
can't
outta
tell you how
here.
good it is. We're really lucky you're here. Go on and wait for me.
With James Dean looks.
What the fuck just happened?
Tough, dangerous guy.
Yeah.
Anyone who had a gun got the gun out and loaded it.
National Guard, wandering all over Lincoln, expecting to show up someplace.
Big guy. Yeah, you don't like that, do you? Yeah, you don't like that, do you? No, no, no. That's not how real shit can get. You don't like that. Look at that. Dead. Dead. Gotcha. See ya. You'll come collect your reward.
Never thought I'd see one of them all the way up here. Take a seat and make yourself comfortable.
A weapon crate on
Hot
me,
Dog
Bubba.
is on his way down. He was keeping watch for vultures.
Got the double barrel shotgun. Well, that's what I got. Oh, there's a storage crate over there too.
Not like a lot of large cities even in those days.
It was into this agricultural, God-fearing and law-abiding society that the red-haired, bow-legged Charles Starkweather was born in 1938. The third of 7 boys and 1 girl.
It isn't a politically correct term, but I'd call them poor white trash. They were certainly not the pillars of society. Mrs. Starkweather, his mother was
I'm
a
a
very
shit
nice,
bit cold.
hardworking woman that basically supported the family.
My character.
Guys
Pull my torch out.
off and on, but she was sort of
The hypothermia don't play on here.
the family going, I think, and they had a bunch of kids. As far as I know, none of the other children ever got in any trouble. Working class is probably the best way to put it.
Charlie Starkweather would remember his early years as he did, playing cowboys with his brothers, fishing with his father, and helping
Where
work.
the hell are you?
The family was poor, but they were not
Sheep.
deprived. And he ate, he had clothes.
There was nothing to indicate that his childhood was anything out of the ordinary until he went to school.
There was a huge change in him when he had his first day at school. He was teased terribly. He was
over here.
way of establishing some kind of role for themselves in their family, in the community more widely, Starkweather took that to a very different level.
He also showed a characteristic of so many serial murderers in being able to mimic someone that he thought he should be, and that was James Dean.
There was a time when there was a big, for the kids, what I remember, there was a big influence of James Dean and Rebel Without a Cause. I think there was a lot of anger, suppressed anger in the kids. It was just that feeling that there was nowhere to go. And what were you going to do? And how would you get out?
On leaving school, Starkweather got a job as a garbage man. It was then he met 13-year-old Carol Ann Fugate. While attended Fugate School.
Everybody knew who she was. She was great ahead of me. She was a very, very typical junior high girl. She liked boys. I don't think she liked school a lot. I do know that she had said to the art teacher, Miss Ralston, that
Are you?
when she'd been disciplined one
Need
day,
me?
you rolled back, someday I'm going to kill you. But then I think that wasn't that uncommon. It wasn't,
Whatever then.
kids were blowing up at teachers. There was just a lot of this underlying tension right around then that so it could have been anybody else having said that. It wasn't particular to Carol.
To the disappointment of Fugate's family, Carol and Charlie became inseparable.
She's the first girl that ever paid much attention to him, in a serious way anyway. Of course, she was, I guess, 13 when they met. He was 18 when they met. And like a lot of young girls, I guess even today, she was impressed that an older guy was paying attention to her, and he was just tickled to death because attractive young girl was paying attention to him.
No, not yet.
Taken by his bad boy persona. How many women do we know who like the bad boy, who like, being kind of around somebody who's living on the edge? Because it's exciting to them. Like if you're living in the flatlands of nothing around you, and somebody comes to you and says, let me show you the world in a way that you couldn't even dream of. Of course, if you don't have your own solid identity, you're going to say, why not?
But the few thrills that 1950s Lincoln provided were not enough for Starkweather.
He had ambitions. His family was very poor, but when he took his job as a time collector, neighborhoods actually grown.
Yeah, there's ice around the map you can melt.
Seen as if they were millionaires.
It opens up like
He knew he could
doorways
never
and shit.
attain that. So what do? You
Yeah.
become an outlaw.
In late November 1957, Starkweather visited the Craft service station near Fugate's home, hoping to buy him a Christmas gift. The young attendant, Robert Coleman, was new.
Charlie wanted to buy a little toy for Carol, but he had no money. He said, well, maybe let me buy it on time, but the fellow wouldn't let him do that. And so Charlie just grew furious.
In the early hours of December 1957, Starkweather began pacing the gas station. After visiting the store twice on the pretext of buying cigarettes and gum, he pulled up on the highway, covered his face with a bandana, and held up the lone attendant with a shotgun.
The gear crate down here.
21 years old, with a young pregnant wife at home.
He wanted to get all the proceeds, that there were in it's like the safe or whatever, but they couldn't open the safe, so he just had to content himself with the $100 that there were in the open till.
Starkweather forced Colbert into the driver's seat of his car.
He took the service station attendant, Bobby Colbert, out on this rural road. Shot him in the head with a shotgun, killed him.
Many people commit a murder as a one-off, as a byproduct of being angry or seeking revenge, or because of particular circumstances at a particular point in their life. But crucially,
Trying to get to me.
the vast majority of murderers stop after committing the first murder.
Yeah.
For that small number of people, of whom Charles Starkweather was one,
I don't know.
by the experience. They found it exciting. They found it sexy. They found that it gave them a power and control.
Yeah. I was running by and seen the tunnel with the eyes in front of it.
They felt had been denied to them in other aspects of their
Down below.
Charles Starkweather had taken his first life. It was not to be his last.
Down below where I'm at. Very, very bottom.
December 1957. Charles Starkweather had robbed the Crest service station in Lincoln, Nebraska, then taken the attendant Robert Colbert to a deserted road.
I think there was like another storage crate.
He shot him in the head with a shotgun, killed him.
Just blew him away.
Starkweather disposed of the murder weapon in the river and altered the appearance of his car to avoid detection, while police searched vainly for the mystery killer. Reporter Del Harding is following the case closely.
Charlie was never suspected or interviewed. There were a bunch of people that were getting lie detector tests, a bunch of others that were interviewed, but for some reason he slipped under the radar. And I don't know why. I mean, he did.
Yeah, it's to melt all that ice.
For almost 2 months, Starkweather stayed out of trouble.
I think you have to get down below to find most of it.
His now 14-year-old
What's that big dude doing back?
But then, he struck again. And this time, making gas station robberies with Lord Charles.
I was a sophomore in high school when my mother picked me up off the desk in traffic and said there was a three murders, and they were pretty sure it was Charlie Starkweather.
Alright, look, where'd he go?
On January 31st, 1958, Starkweather had entered Carol Fewgate's home, where she lived with her mother, her stepfather, Harold, and her 2-year-old half-sister,
Get the ass motherfucker, you ain't nothing, bro. What's up, I'll make sure all your kids don't grow. What's up? What's up, bitch name motherfucker? What's up? What's up? What's up? Okay, I see you, I see you. Ooh, minus 20 degrees. I'll make sure he stays warm. Ooh, take that head. Ooh, take that head. Take that head. What's up? Ooh, take the boy's head too. What's up? I need to come do it too, don't I? Where at? Where you at? Where you at? Where you at? You get the storage crate up here?
For 6 days, Starkweather and Fewgate lived in the house as man and wife, while the bodies of
to the Chaos Weaver? Oh. You already get him? No, I can't. I'm not seeing it. Or is it over here? I just fucked it up. Door's right here. Oh no, oh fuck, I accidentally accepted it. I was trying to cancel. What do we have left to find here? Where we going to? Ooh, I got a reflex sight. There was a part right there. Pretty beach. Oh, fuck. That bush was hard.
searched the farmhouse for money, clothes, and weapons, and ate cookies and jello, while August Meyer's dead body lay in the nearby wash house.
Once they've created this parallel world in which they socialize each other to simply think of the kinds of behavior that they're engaging in as being normal, once they inhabit that world, it's much more easy for them to continue to behave according to the norms of that world, in which that world has to revolve around Charles Starkweather and Carol Fugate. And so it's much more easy for them, after they've murdered once, twice, 3 times, to continue to murder until they're stopped.
As darkness fell, Starkweather and Fugate began to get restless.
Where do I see that? My top left says join a hive.
Decided to leave, and Charlie's
Defeat
car
total
was
5 enemies
stuck
petrified by
in the
traffic
mud
light.
in the
Hard
lane
mode security.
leading up to the
Securement
farmhouse.
silo.
And so they took off on foot, and that's when they were walking
Jay?
down the nearby county road, and the teenagers from Bennett, Bobby Jensen, who was 17, and
Okay.
Carl King,
Follow.
who's 16, being good Samaritans.
Yeah. Follow the stardust. Find the answer.
And offered them a ride.
What was to happen next would shape
Operation
the
Trick or
community's
Treat.
core. Nebraska, January 1958.
Northern Lifeline.
Charles Starkweather's
Is that
body
it?
count stands at 5.
What's Hot Dog doing on the roof? Sit on the chair and wait for him to come down.
The mother,
Sit.
stepfather, and half-sister of his 14-year-old
Okay.
girlfriend.
Oh shit!
Carol
I wasn't even
Fugate.
paying attention to it.
And now, 70-year-old farmer, August Meyer. After dumping Meyer's body in his wash house, Starkweather and Fugate
Right here.
began to leave the area on foot. They were then offered a ride by young fiancés Robert Jensen
Hold on, what
and
you want?
Carol King. At gunpoint,
How you do it again?
the popular local teenagers were forced to an abandoned storm cellar where a schoolhouse had once stood.
They were really, truly all-American kids. I mean, everybody loved them. They were both just really good, nice kids.
Okay.
The next day, August Meyer's body was found at his farm. Reporter Del Harding was at that crime scene when Robert Jensen and Carol King's fate was discovered.
I think you gotta be so far away from the house or road too, don't you?
And they opened the door to the storm cellar, and I was looking down and seeing those kids in that storm cellar. And it was just a very horrible scene. I can close my eyes and still see it today.
Robert Jensen had been shot 6 times in the head. Carol King was partially nude. She'd too been shot in the head, and her sexual organs had been stabbed.
It was awful.
Right, shell
It was bad
pimping.
enough seeing August Meyer was, in the shed, he'd been shot with a shotgun.
Oh, mine wasn't a good
all
spot.
over his head. Somehow
Oh.
it seemed much worse
Oh
seeing
fuck! I
those,
see it now.
those teenagers.
They were like 16 years old. There was.
Oh no,
famine,
I
there
can't
was
use the
mutilation,
weapons
there
or
was
the
sexual
supplies.
assault, There was. It's pretty gruesome stuff.
Damn it! I gotta let it cool down too, don't I?
Starkweather later denied the stabbing of Carol King. Newspaperman Del Harding was among many who believed it.
9.5 minutes. I can prove
The
it.
sexual mutilation, I'm personally convinced, was done by Carol Fugate.
It's not unusual in a
Not
partnership
unusual.
serial killing. The man is the one who starts the first homicide, but he has tremendous power over his female partner. She is not an unwilling
Hold on.
partner. She's not what we call the Stockholm
You wanna lick my
syndrome,
chili bowl?
where you're captured and
You're going to book me. Hey, contractors, generate.
someone who has been a murderer for almost 20 years.
These are the chilling words with which Ed Kemper introduces himself. Let's watch Kemper's 1984 interview now, with a keen eye on what he shares genuinely.
Should I put it down there by the water?
To curate the narrative, manage his reputation, and toy with the interview.
Well, I'm not an expert. I'm not an authority. I'm someone who has been a murderer for almost 20 years.
Can you say how many people might be doing crimes like you were doing?
It would be a guess, but it's far more than 35. It is.
Yeah, we got the fan and the thermostat on, Bubba. We're able to do it yesterday. Had to go, ended up having to rent a damn wrench. And by the way, Google's a fucking liar. You don't turn that fan or that nut counter or clockwise. You turn it counterclockwise. Mm-hmm. Exactly. So basically, it's lefty loosey, righty tighty. If you're standing over the front of the motor, you know what I mean? Yeah, because I literally put the wrench on there and pushed it towards the passenger side to get it to break free.
That's a very impressive feat of the real insight.
Yes, sir.
Kemper's camouflage as a nice guy is.
You were able to hear ordinary person.
Why can I not fucking see my house, bro?
Ordinary person most of my life, even though I was looking at parallel.
Like I can't look at it.
Life, other life. One victim let me back in the car and locked myself out. She opened the door. My gun was uneasy. What the hell am I doing telling you that? Am I masochistic, looking to be tormented further? I'm trying to show you just how awful this got, how commanding this rage has got.
Oh yeah, the helium or whatever the fuck it's called.
Incredible energies. Positive energy.
Oh, good. Oh, if we wouldn't have had that, we probably would have froze a minute ago. There for a few minutes, we were down in -20. That's the coldest I've seen.
Not very sane. But again, people weren't even aware of what was happening.
Here he is referring to his fourth victim, Aiko Ku. Aiko was a 15-year-old dance student who, after Kemper pulled a gun on her and accidentally locked himself out of his own car with her inside, let him back in. He rewarded this kindness by murdering her.
In 1972 and 1973, a series of murders shocked Northern California. College girls began to disappear while hitchhiking. Two of the victims were picked up from the campus of the University of California at Santa Cruz. That's where Ed Kemper's mother was working as an administrative assistant.
You were involved in Candace because your mother worked there. Yes. I was also involved in killing co-eds because my mother was associated with college co-eds, women, and had very strong and violent
5 minutes, bro.
position on men.
You said 2 minutes, 5 minutes ago.
The college co-eds were
How long on the sausages?
For the longest time, he was unable to express his anger towards his mother to her. Therefore, he displaced him onto these college co-eds, his victims.
Boodoo.
Killed them as proxies for his mother. Now, we will see some of the depth of Kemper's rage at his mother and how he feels she viewed him. In my clinical work, I often find that the opposite of what patients say is often what they truly feel and mean. So, when Kemper says, "I wanted to love my mother," I wonder if the opposite, "I wanted my mother to love me," may be closer to the heart of the matter.
My mother was a sick, angry, hungry, and very sad woman. I hated her, but I wanted to love my mother. I watched her alcohol increase. I watched her social life go out. I watched her get bizarre.
Yeah, the burn's a good effect, bro.
That is what happened. They represented not what my mother was, but what she liked, what she coveted, what was important to her. Destroying it.
Oh, yeah.
Kemper has enough insight to recognize that his murders were a way of indirectly attacking his mother. He destroyed what his mother liked and valued instead of loving and valuing Kemper. I wonder if he hoped that by destroying all the other things she loved and valued instead of him, she may, eventually, have been forced to focus her attention and love on him. I've seen similar subconscious thought processes drive violence among patients. It is also interesting that he says, "I'm a constant reminder of that failure." His use of the present tense is telling. His mother died in 1973. This interview took place in 1984. However, Kemper's mental picture of his mother's disapproval is clearly still very active and accessible in his mind. Her disapproval isn't historical, it is current in Kemper's mind. Even killing her hasn't freed him from the sense of her disapproval and judgment.
Why did you actually kill the girls? My frustration, my inability to communicate socially, sexually, I wasn't evident. But emotionally, I was scared to death of failing in male-female relationships. I knew absolutely nothing about that whole area. Even in just sitting there. I need to be able to really communicate.
This explanation has some flaws. On at least one occasion, he went out and killed immediately after an argument with his mother. Also, he was engaged to a woman from March 1973 until his arrest, which argues against being completely unable to communicate socially or sexually.
And ironically enough, that's why I began picking people up. And I'm picking up young women. And I'm going a little bit farther each time. It's a daring kind of thing. First, there wasn't a gun. I'm driving along. We go to a vulnerable place. There aren't people watching. Where I could act out, and I said, no, I can't. And then a gun is in the car, hidden. And this craving, this awful, raging, eating feeling inside. I could feel it consuming my insides. This fantastic passion. It was overwhelming. It was like drugs. It was like alcohol. A little isn't enough. But first it is. And as you adjust to that psychologically and physically, you take more and more and more. It's the same process. So it finally came down to the thing of, do I dare bring this gun out? Already realizing if that gun comes out, something has to happen. It was going to happen. I didn't see it then, but it was going to happen. I was playing a dangerous game with a loaded gun. It got us all. It got us all.
Note how he equates himself with his victims here. His dangerous game got us all. He sees the equivalence between his prison term and their murders. It is telling that Kemper sees nothing bizarre or distasteful in equating his victimhood with those he murdered. He is an intelligent man who is clearly very motivated to control what he says and how he presents himself. But slips like this show how he really thinks.
On one occasion, Kemper picked up 2 roommates in Berkeley.
In that first killing in May of '72, when that gun was pulled out, I launched it out. I had it under my leg, out of sight, parallel to my leg in the seat. It was something that had been fought out in fantasy, acted out, felt out, hundreds of times.
When I think about how I divide my time, it's very carefully. I'm Alex Diaz. I'm a professional marketer in Seattle. Thinking about communication can be exhausting. Sometimes you find yourself hitting a wall. And I love AI Compose because you write and automatically this paragraph comes out and play with. Grammarly will give you confidence that whatever message you're trying to send comes across as you intend. Download Grammarly for free.
I recently moved to a different state and I imported $180 for one driver and one vehicle, and I wasn't sure about the state requirement or if I was being overcharged.
shit.
Download Jerry and check your savings today.
Kemper drove them at gunpoint
Pistol
to
ammo.
a secluded
Alright, hold
area
on.
near a park. He took one of them into the woods, leaving the second girl tied in the car.
I just gone through a horrible experience with her roommate stabbing her. And I was in shock because of it. I couldn't believe that it was that way. I just gone through a horrible experience with her roommate stabbing her.
Consider
Something
the
you
level
get.
of self-centeredness it takes to put the focus on oneself and one's feelings when recounting, 12 years later.
Oh, I need wood.
At no point
Don't have any wood. There ain't no
is the
fucking trees
reckless
down here.
suffering of
Fuck.
his victims.
And I'm walking back there bewildered. I'm telling her I can't let her go. She's gonna tell me. Everybody's gonna
No, I'm making 12 ingot right now.
I gotta kill her. I can't let her go. She's gonna tell me.
Yep.
Kemper himself states in other interviews that one of the
We
things
don't
he
need charcoal.
learned from administering psychometric testing to sex offenders at Atascadero was the need to leave no witnesses alive.
She sees the blood on my hands. What are you doing? She pulled back and she gasped. And I think, whoa, I don't want her to know what happened. I said, your friend got smart with me. She'd been getting this with me a lot. I never hit her. I killed her, but I didn't hit her. I said, your friend got smart with me and I hit her. I think I broke her nose. You better come help. She's about to die. Why does she have to know that? I couldn't deal with it. And when I attacked her, she didn't at first realize what was happening. It didn't go through. She had very heavy coveralls. It knocked her right up into the lid of the car. It didn't pierce the clothing. So it wasn't that swell a knife anyway. I went out and bought a pawn shop huge knife. And I kept on just mindlessly attacking. She falls back into the trunk. I just killed the young woman. I slammed down the lid of the trunk. She isn't dead. She's lying. And I panicked. I thought I just locked the car keys in because I can't find them in my pocket. Oh my God! I locked them in the trunk. Chicken on the trunk.
Go over and get wood. That's you. You fucked me, right?
It is clear that Kemper is disappointed at how sloppily he performed, in spite of all the practice runs he had. He is clearly far more disappointed at the bundling nature of his actions than he is bothered by the fact that he murdered two young
Where
women.
the fuck
Again,
are you at?
this demonstrates a lack of empathy and insight.
Everyone makes mistakes, and that's what we have to hope for. The more mistakes they make, the better their chances.
I thought I was pretty slick.
What was that?
And then you tripped all over myself. First, you murdered someone.
It does.
After police warnings against hitchhiking and an increased bus schedule on the campus, Kemper had no trouble.
You get
picking up
hot rock
hitchhikers.
ore.
Ironically, one warning advised riding only in
It's
cars
hot,
with
called
university
hot
stickers.
rock ore.
Kemper's car had such a sticker.
My mother worked at the campus and I had an A sticker on my car. An obvious access, day or night to the campus. I was very lucky young women. You know what we were talking about as we're driving around? Almost as often as not, this guy is fooling around doing this. And the second they started talking, they didn't realize it, but they were getting a free ride. I couldn't touch that with a 10-foot pole, I swear. You know, but they'd be telling me all about this guy and their notes.
Oh yeah.
What he looks like, how he carries himself, why he's doing this stuff.
Hey, you know what? I know what happened in the past, but I don't appreciate you aggressively hunting me.
Again, the ability of Kemper to camouflage himself as more for short periods of time.
Let's see. I'm making charcoal now so I can She got it.
She judged me not to be that guy.
Some heliums.
It was getting easier to do. Getting better. I was getting less detectable. I started flaunting that invisibility. Severing a human head, 2 of them, at night in front of my mother's residence. With her at home, my neighbors at home upstairs. Their picture
Hold on,
open,
shut up.
curtains open. 11 o'clock at night, the lights are on. All they have to do is walk by, look out, and I've had it.
Why did you keep the heads? Why did you cut them off? And why did you keep
Something out of my childhood.
Ready food dog. Look at me.
For dinner.
Turn into a crybaby with your old age, bro.
Something that simple. I don't think it was.
Out here, you learn quick. If you plant it, it'll grow. Whether it's acres of land or a raised garden bed, we've got all the supplies and know-how.
No John can hear you whining like that. Supposed to be a badass and shit.
And to life out here.
And Daddy got home. She hears that Life 360 go off, boy. Oh shit.
I needed to finish my education.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Because the faculty understood the different things that military
Really?
students were dealing with.
I just, while the lady was talking to me about 4th of July, I just put it on there. She didn't need an age ID.
And when you introduce having
Damn.
to go to school, it's not easy. So the fact that you were able to
That's all you got?
and complete it.
No, I got the terminals. I got the wire. Bought an extra thing on the side.
This is very interesting.
I'm listening to you, buddy.
Posits the simple explanation of a singular childhood
Right, it ended up being
trauma
like
causes
$43.
his arrangements to spring
They just
forth
paid me back.
fully formed. Immediately afterward, he negates this simple explanation. I wonder what reaction the interviewer had to the initial simple explanation. Frequently, when I'm interviewing
What
someone
extra
else,
studs, son?
if they quote an explanation or motivation and they see a negative reaction, they'll immediately negate it and try to move the conversation onto other topics. I wonder if this is what happened here, and Kemper
That's what I would do.
see which explanation
He don't need no lug like that, bro.
if he had always planned to profit
It wouldn't fit anyways.
before moving on to the more complex one. Without the interviewer's reaction when caught on camera, it is impossible to be definite, but it is an interesting speculation.
Yeah.
He now
Civic
posits that
Center
the
is
incident
to
may have
the
triggered the
library,
development of certain
everything.
thoughts and
True.
fantasies.
If there's a
These were
place
then
you can put your cars,
reinforced
people
by
have their cars
conditions,
there.
almost certainly the physical
Hiya.
and psychological abuse he suffered from his mother.
Hiya.
This initial incident and the various abuses
Hiya.
then led him to become a serial killer. Another way to read this is that he is a victim of external events happening to him, setting him on a path and forming him into a serial killer. He is clearly establishing an external locus of control and responsibility, a feature in antisocial personality disorder and psychopathy. Locus of control is the degree to which people believe that they control the things that happen to them versus the degree to which they believe external events outside of their control determine what happens to them.
Got them fires going, boy.
If someone has an external locus of control, then
Hey,
they
look.
view
Did
events
you see the bed over here?
many forces outside of their
Which is
control,
nice, ain't it?
which to
Oh,
a
was
large
you?
extent determine
Oh,
what happens
I'm
to them.
talking about.
Locus of responsibility is a closely related concept which addresses how much responsibility a person feels for the outcome of events in their lives. Generally speaking, those with internal locuses of control who believe that their actions play a large role in determining outcomes tend to take responsibility for those actions. Those with external locuses of responsibility feel that others are more responsible for what happened to them there. An example of this occurred with a patient who was diagnosed with antisocial personality disorder, psychopathy, and both an external locus of control and responsibility.
Oh,
This
I
man
can
was
hear him.
a man with a deadly weapon and seriously injured him after this man struck up a conversation with the first man's girlfriend. When I asked him how he felt about the fight and the resulting legal proceedings,
Nia.
that he thought it was very unfair that the other man wasn't charged for inciting him by talking to his girlfriend, and that the other man was 100%
She's like, what the deuce?
for what happened and any injuries he sustained. In fact, not only was the attacker upset the other man wasn't charged, but he believed that he should only be charged with self-defense.
I'm so stupid. Should have fucking got that shit when I was there, bro.
The first blow struck, and he was only reacting as anyone would. He had
Yeah, I guess I didn't do that part.
into the fact that he was the aggressor, had overreacted, and caused suffering.
Bauer Tools give you the confidence to take on challenging home projects.
Let's see.
With
Well,
hundreds of corded and cordless tools and accessories, Bauer is
alright, I'm tracking it. Is there any way we can? We not fast travel over there? No way. There's a teleportation tower down south right there, right above Mooseville.
When I asked if he was glad to hear that the man hadn't died from his
Well,
injuries, he said he was, because this would mean that he would face lesser charges. Complete lack of empathy, total self-centeredness, and complete external loci of control and responsibility on show.
Well, my dad heads out back with that hatchet. I got on my bike and I just tried to stop it. I remember that.
Don't do that.
I was crying. Oh, sure. That may have gotten
Bulldog, you don't need a Xanax, baby. Yeah, Bulldog is not a fan of 4th of July. Like it don't really freak her out. You can just tell she's very fucking aware. You know what I mean? Yeah. She's on guard. That's Bulldog. I'm gonna need some fuel for my bike soon, bro. Yeah, I've done like a fucking quarter of a tank. Oh fuck, no, actually I'm at like a fucking 1/8 of a tank. I'm gonna take you. I love feeling your hot cough breath on my fucking leg.
Two different realities. The fantasies which felt true to him at the time versus the reality that others inhabited, but he only visited. I wonder what would have happened if he had put as much energy into pursuing a healthy relationship.
What fucking chair do I gotta sit in?
Would he have been able to find relief from his dysfunctional relationship with his mother and been able to avoid becoming the co-ed killer? We will never know because, unfortunately,
Wait for hot dog.
A pass cross once again, huh? God, it's good to see a friendly face up here in this frozen wasteland.
Kemper was able to seem normal.
That's right. We've been hoping Wendy would... Our problem is the vulture. They used a blizzard as to cover... And yeah.
They'd buy me a beer, I'd buy them
Well,
a beer.
we could use your fighting skills. If we can hold them off. My people...
They're here! The vultures!
Speak of the devil. They'll probably hit us from two sides, so... Also, do you see those gas canisters? We put them there before you came. They're flammable, dangerous, and we want those vulture bastards to learn...
Said a friendly nuisance. I got in the way. And it was deliberate. Again, friendly nuisance.
Make sure to stay low.
Psychopaths are practiced at putting on a
Watch
facade
out!
of normalcy.
Go back! And stay behind the bar! And feel free to blow those gas tanks. And any of these bastard vultures right along with them, if you get the chance.
In society to avoid being spotted.
Here they come!
He used his superficial charm to play the role of the friendly nuisance. While in this role, he found out information about police investigation and suspicions. From police detection. This is a very clear example of how psychopaths
What do I do now?
Watching television. Believe it or not. Joseph Wambaugh, police story. Got some tremendous insights.
I think I killed the first wave. I'm trying to figure out what I do now.
Actual things, the tidbits that you pick up from their procedures. But the mechanics behind it, the logic behind it, was I would not allow myself to walk into even a potential threat of behavior. And one of those was talking about those crimes. Initiating conversations about them.
And again, Kemper's intelligence is on display. He researched police procedures as much as possible, noted behaviors the guilty displayed, and avoided them as much as possible. In general, he did what he could to be as effective and as efficient a killer as possible for as long as possible. A true predator.
There was a memorial service for two of the victims. Attended the film.
Yes. But I'd seen one too many episodes of one too many crime shows where that is one of the available resources for clues. Tracking down the attenders, take one minute, take pictures of the people there to eliminate as potential suspects.
Clever. He resisted behaviors which he believed would cause him to be identified as a suspect. This is what makes truly intelligent psychopaths so dangerous. Thankfully, the average psychopathic serial killer has a
They won't let me talk to him.
average intelligence.
Some police departments.
I think I did.
Your house to pick up a handgun.
Sheriff's representative.
Protect Hawk Dog to defeat the vultures.
Upset because he heard I had 44 Magnum pistol. And was a
Yeah, 6 of 7. I got 6 of 7.
So he and his sergeant detective. They were staking.
Oh, there he is.
Across the street, and I'm playing around.
Come on, guys, we gotta
in the trunk. They come over and ask me about. Excuse me, sir. Do you know who lives in this house across the street here? Well, that house was 609 Harriet. You cross back over to this side and 609 Ord. They were looking for me. Didn't even know that. See what I mean? Bad news. Well, at any rate.
Thanks for coming and helping us out.
I've asked my mother
Really
about
appreciate
the
it.
house, and I'm saying, hey, which 609 are you looking for? And they said, are you Ed Kemper? Yes. And it
Well,
goes on.
you've given us the time we need to fix. I'll keep following our route. Maybe we'll.
Looking for the murder weapon, the 22 automatic, or the 44 Magnum, and I don't want to advertise that I've got a whole bunch of guns. So I made a comment to divide between the two. And I said, just quite a little gun, isn't it? And he retorted, 44 Magnum, I hope so. And I said, okay, because that loaded 22 was on the seat here, the rest was on the spot. And 44 was I forgot the house, closet doors open, and I have a high-powered rifle with a scope on it.
You had some other stuff in the house too, yes?
Yeah, I had the personal effects and identification of the last two co-eds that had been murdered about 2 months before, right next to the gun in the closet, in a box.
Rosetta.
Could he have seen it?
They've made their way north and are starting to befriend the vultures. Really?
Looking to see if there were any pistols or anything else.
Well, for starters, the column is fiercely same could be said for Rosetta isn't fully established here. Maybe once we're dealt
I'd back up and said, oh, excuse me.
your help. There's a Rosetta containment facility. I don't expect you to destroy that place, but can you infiltrate it? To find out, and while you're at it, by that, I mean kill.
Better killers. They practice their trade.
For any psychopath or serial killer to be successful and successfully get away with their crimes, for
I think
even a
it's
short
time we discuss.
they need to be adept at camouflaging
Actually, an opportunity that happens. The vultures are.
or suspicion.
I've got intel that if you can oh, and I.
For a 6'9" tall, 300-pound man living in the area of the murders, he aroused little suspicion prior to his confession.
Didn't Kemper stop himself toward the end of his career? Kemper says he did. He says he could have gone on. He said he had fantasies of killing dozens more people, of leaving a trail of bodies across the country, and at one point he just got on the telephone.
What are you on the go to the Tega Containment Center?
In his case, he said it was his mother that he was killing. He killed his mother because he had psychological observations of himself. He
anger and hatred towards him is correct.
Springtime. It was April. For 2 months I hadn't killed. I said it's not going to happen to any more girls. It's got to stay between me and my mother, and it's got to. I can't get away from her. We're still fighting.
Yeah, I need to make a little bit more ammo too.
Like a puppet on a string, and I am a painter. She knows all my
I got sulfur over here, bro. Should have some. Yeah, I got 350.
Where I physically
Yeah, I got 350 over here.
grabbed her and thrown her onto her bed, trying to emphasize a point that I was threatening to kill her. So here I pick up these 2 young ladies in Berkeley, on Ashby Avenue. One has flowers in her hand, petite little dolls.
I'm making my copper ingot right now for my ammo.
And they're hitchhiking.
Oh,
I
got
realize
2 minutes.
I want to see how together I am, if I can resist this temptation.
You going to Walnut Creek?
Oh, yeah. It's the wood one all the way over in the corner by the big one.
Get in my car. They want to go one way. I know they need to go the other. If they go the way they're insisting on, we're headed right back out to where the first 2 co-eds were murdered. And I'm saying to myself, oh my God, all I got to do is relax, and they'll take me to their death. I got the gun in the car, the same one.
Get the fuck out of here.
I insisted. As gently as I could, I took them where they needed to go. 1 week before I murdered my mother. I said, she's got to die. I've got to die. Or girls like that are going to die. And that's when I decided I'm going to murder my mother. I knew a week before she died, I was going to kill her. And she went out to a party, she got soused, she came home, went to sleep. I was woken up by that, came out. I walked up to her bed. She's laying there reading a paperback. As many thousands of nights before. And she said, oh, I suppose you don't want to sit up all night.
Your neighbors are popping off.
Shit. I looked at her and I said, no, good night.
Yeah. Need some?
This is the first significant display of emotion in the interview so far. It has taken almost 20 minutes of the interview to appear.
And I knew I was going to kill her. You know? And I'm so cold, it's so hard.
Yeah.
And that's the first time in
The
10
spot
years
sucks.
I've looked at it that way.
I might try to find something up by the trees.
That honestly.
I don't believe that for an instant. This is Kemper's intelligence, camouflage skills, and ability to adopt useful behaviors for a short period of time on display in full force. Let's not forget that Kemper has applied for parole on 5 separate occasions since this interview. He knew that this interview would be seen and taken into account by the parole board. Bearing this in mind, do you really think he isn't seeking to use this interview to promote a narrative he thinks will improve his chances for parole?
Fucking angel.
He figured all the angles and is using this interview and interviewer to further his own agenda.
It hurts.
What's up, nigga?
Blizzard, I'm not from under a rock. Came out perfect shining.
What did you say, Dede?
Came out of my mother.
It's dope that it does that.
And in a rage, I went right back in.
Here, Kemper appears again to be engaging in an effort to show that he has emotions, feelings, and isn't a psychopath. He is
Toby, good nigga.
himself as reformed and safe to be released back into society.
For 7 years, she said, I haven't had sex with a man because of you, my murderous son. It's one of our arguments. I cut off her head, and I humiliated her corpse. It's there. You know? A 6 young woman dead because of the way she raises her son and the way her son is raised, the way he grows up. And what's her closing words? I suppose you want to sit up all night and talk. God, I wish I had.
Yeah.
Kemper is again selling his narrative that he's not really responsible for these murders. It's the way his mother raised him. It's all really her fault for psychologically abusing him so badly. But how he wishes he had stayed up all night and talked with her. He is again implying that he is
Good bit.
reformed and safe to be released back into society.
Grandmother and her daughter-in-law, your mother, were two women very important in your life, and you killed them both. Could you say what they were like that led them to the same fate?
Same thing that kept them from ever being friends. They were both aggressive, matriarchal women. They'd been the daughters of strong matriarchal women. I still loved my mother. It's hard for somebody to comprehend that you murder your mother through love. It isn't a rational process. It's a very painful process. It isn't rational. And I've got to still live with that.
I think this portion of the interview is quite honest and sincere, as seen from Kemper's perspective. There is clearly a dichotomy at play in his relationship with his mother. He had a towering anger and hatred for her, but craved her love and attention at the same time. It is not uncommon for individuals to hold two such divergent opinions
Yes.
and feelings
Man, I need
at the
fuel.
same time. It isn't healthy and frequently results in very negative outcomes for themselves and those around them. These sorts of internal conflicts can be helped tremendously with therapy, a much more socially acceptable and less harmful treatment modality than becoming a serial killer.
Why did you wind up giving yourself up?
It had to stop. It had to stop. Once my mother was dead, there was almost a cathartic process at that point. I got physically ill right then when she died, when I murdered her. And once she was dead, there was no way I could back out. I had backed down from giving up 1,000. I used to get drunk, sit out in front of the sheriff's department in a parking lot across the street on one of those little concrete parking berms. I just sit there.
Give me 3/4.
Clanging doors like it's terrible.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Uh-oh. Yeah. That's where we're going.
This was a maximum security facility accommodating many there he was given 2 IQ tests. He scored 136 in the first and 145 in the second. Roughly 1 in 800 people have an IQ of 145. To put this into perspective, so, despite Donald, Kemper's IQ is higher than most. Kemper used his intelligence to ingratiate himself with psychiatric staff.
Oh Lord.
This gave him the opportunity
Yeah.
to learn how to gauge the tests, to create whatever impression he wanted. He would use this to excellent effect soon. In 1961, on his 23rd birthday, Kemper was released from Atascadero on parole. Over the next 3 years, he used his insight into psychometric tests and psychiatric assessments to convince his psychiatrists he was harmless. His psychiatrists were so convinced that they wrote, "If I were seeing this patient without having any history of
Another
any
storage box over here.
without getting history from him, I would think that he was very well acquainted."
Did you hear that?
Yeah, we heard it. Fucking sniper is no joke, bro.
15-year-old boy who committed the murders and the 23-year-old behind the CD4 snap. It is my opinion that he has made a very excellent response to the years of treatment and rehabilitation, and I would see no psychiatric reason to consider him to be of any danger to himself or to any member of society. Since it may
Yes.
no freedom is enough to develop his potential, I would consider it reasonable to have a permanent expunction of his juvenile records. The day before this, Kemper had the decapitated head of his latest victim in his car in the parking lot.
Someone getting tired of living?
I'll be down.
Introducing the BF Goodrich G-Force
Here.
Phenom, our latest ultra-high performance tire. BF Goodrich, what are you looking for?
Do you know what's really fun? Making a website on Wix.
Hey, we're How Ridiculous, 3 childhood friends and digital content creators that do epic stuff
How many
in
of you?
Perth, Australia. We've got about 50 million followers. We're in the billions of views. We're a small team.
Give me board off.
And we always felt like our content was all about entertainment and being fun, but there was also this sort of professional business side. One of the things that we
All right, where'd you say the storage crate was?
essential was getting our own website, so people would actually see a proper official unique business who can deliver. And we now get unbelievable opportunities to do things like film balloon popping races with Manchester City. I don't know all the things that we're going to get to do in the next year or 5 years. We can do this job, anything's possible.
Did you hear that?
After his capture, Kemper's introspection, insight, and intelligence made him an excellent He cooperated with many researchers.
They all respawn or something?
Remained close to the surface at all times. When Stanford psychiatrist Donald Lund interviewed him in 1973, Kemper asked, "Has it ever dawned on you that I'm a foot taller than we have
Oh fuck. First time I seen them. to make sure. Look at the northern lights. It really is, bro. It's like when you never even played the game before, except for knowing how to do a few things. Oh yeah, I see that. Ooh. Notice how my motorcycle just got faster than yours all of a sudden? Storage box. Right?
Obsessive ruminations without any resistance. Unusual perceptual experiences, including bodily or other emotions, depersonalization and derealization. Vague, circumstantial, metaphorical, overelaborate, stereotyped thinking, manifested by odd speech,
What's that, L?
ways, gross incoherence. This is less obviously a feature of Kemper's meditation. Occasional transient quasi-psychotic episodes with intense illusions, or other hallucinations, and delusional ideas, usually occurring without external provocation. These were present following his
Anything over there?
his grandparents, and are probably a major reason why he was diagnosed as a
Damn, I gotta
paranoid
eat.
schizophrenic at that time.
Drink.
It is differentiated from obsessive compulsive disorder.
Oh, you know what I did too that I forgot to get out of my damn. I forgot to get my grilled fish and shit out of my stove earlier. And I also need to make a dryer so I can make beef jerky. That way my food stops going bad.
Other psychotic illnesses by demonstrating that the unusual sensations and hallucinations
I haven't even looked, bro. Yeah, I just killed a couple guys and now I'm sitting here seeing what I got that I can eat.
despite evidence to the contrary, and are not believed to
Oh,
be delusional
I do have my roasted meat. Okay. Oh yeah, I do got it.
There's a facet to Camper that is
Okay, I got my
happy to
fish
share
too.
insights and introspections.
All right, yeah. No, I'm good, bro. I just realized I got it out of the stove, I guess.
These include curating the narrative
Okay.
of his
Anything
deeds,
good over here?
managing his reputation, and toying with those who come to assess him for his own enjoyment.
At FlexJet, you won't just be flown, you will be moved.
Kemper is the definition of Nietzsche's warning that those who gaze into the abyss gaze back at them. In this case, the abyss is a very large, very intelligent,
Willie time. Where we take a left at, right here? Oh, you need to hit these camera things down here too. Follow me. It gives you star chrome.
Aside from a lot of pissed off Rosetta troops.
Okay, bro. No, you look through it. I'm about to die. Hypothermia. Yeah, it don't take long, bro.
Could be happening in similar situations, and a thorough review of Kemper's trial and interviews. If you'd like to find out more about profiling of serial killers, we have provided you with links to books by Robert Resnick,
This wasn't enough for that.
FBI Behavioral Science Unit, and Kemper on Kemper, which gathers transcripts of Kemper's confessions and interviews. Both are fascinating reads. These are affiliate links.
I didn't drink anything.
Purchased through them will receive a commission, which will put towards creating more and better content. Please leave any comments or questions in the comment section, and we'll do our best to answer them. If you'd like to be notified when we release videos, remember to subscribe and hit the bell icon. This channel is dedicated to exploring the interaction with and impact of mental health, human psychology and psychiatry on interesting forensic cases. Take care and stay safe.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is here. Enjoy a summer of sandwiches for $6 and under. Gotta have a Wawa.
Mm-mm.
There's a way to make
No, sir.
My destiny. It was now a conspiracy of witches.
Download freely today. In the early 1970s,
Have to have some
idyllic Californian
special clothing or
seaside
something.
town of Santa Cruz would be plunged into panic.
One day there would be a body part found somewhere or washing in from the ocean.
Innocent young women were being raped, murdered, and dismembered.
He picked up a sack with the remains and then heaved it over.
And all the while, the elusive killer was right under the noses of the cops that pursued him.
He had a great personality. He was a likable guy.
What kind of man could commit such heinous crimes?
He would have oral sex with a decapitated head.
Was he a terrible product of his environment?
His mother would lock him in the basement room at night because she had this idea that he could possibly sexually assault his sisters.
Yeah.
Or was the Coed Butcher born to kill?
He just erupted.
Do we need to kill that thing? Maybe that's why it's getting so cold.
Then the university popped onto the scene in 1965. It was the dawn of the hippies, of the age of Aquarius, so there was a very free and easy feel to life here.
A lot of the counterculture that essentially bled over from San Francisco area and came down here. A lot of the so-called the hippie types ended up forming communes here in Santa Cruz County, and that was attractive to a lot of young people, and including young girls. And people were coming from all over the country just to live that free and
We'll build our
liberating
little
life.
base here.
But in 1972, the peace in Santa Cruz would be shattered.
Put me a little house right here, bro.
All of a sudden, there were bodies being washed in on the ocean. There were grisly discoveries. And the thought was from a lot of people in town, what the hell is happening to our little paradise?
We were dealing with a lot of missing person reports. It became clear that somebody was killing young co-ed hitchhikers.
18-year-old Fresno college student Anita Luquesa vanishes.
The severed head found in the mountain.
It was just a skull. We had no body.
Mary Ann Pesh, an 18-year-old co-ed and talented skier, disappears.
You fucking chose the time to crouch,
It
motherfucker.
became a very confusing time for homicide investigators.
15-year-old ballet dancer Aiko Koo, abducted.
It would just seem like a world gone crazy.
Cindy Shaw, 18 years old and babysitting to earn her way through college, goes missing.
I was at the time very much wanting to get him off the streets, catch him, put him away.
Maybe what time of day it was.
The media christened the mystery killer the co-ed butcher.
So, we found a vulture in here. I have to say, that certainly seems to confirm Wendy's suspicions. If Rosetta and the vultures are indeed working alongside one another, the question we need to answer is, how is Rosetta helping them?
But in reality is that we were just trying to save their lives.
And it went on. 23-year-old Rosalind Thorpe vanishes from the Santa Cruz campus.
Every time we have a missing person report, we're just fearful that this was going to be another homicide victim.
And 21-year-old student Allison Liu disappears forever.
We had no clue as to who was doing this.
They didn't know what the hell was going on. And indiscriminate murder cases are extremely hard to solve because there's no rhyme or reason.
Because the culture at the time was, there were a lot of drugs going on here and a lot of the so-called hippie movement. I suppose individually we may have thought it may have had something to do with that.
In April 1973, as part of a routine firearms inquiry, Detective Michael Alufi would come face to face, not with a drug-crazed hippie, but with a short-haired, conservative young man.
The sheriff's office I worked for at the time received what we call a dealer's record of sale.
One of our records brought back to us a file card and said, you know, this guy just tried to buy a gun and his record was expunged, but I could see through the blackout that he was involved in a murder in Madera County some years ago.
Affectionately known as Big Ed, the 25-year-old, 6'9" 280-pound Edmund Kemper was a regular fixture at Cops Bar, the jury room.
Did you hear that? He would come down to a local watering hole that us police officers would go to after work and hang
What's
out
that?
and talk with us. He was had a great personality. He was very friendly, very outgoing, and he was a likable guy.
The discussion became, well, who's going to go take the gun away from this guy? Because when you look at his dealer's record of sale, he's 6 feet 8.5 and 285 pounds. So he's a pretty big guy. So being the junior detective, I drew the straw.
Did you hear that?
There was some apprehension involved.
Don't just stand around drinking. Get in there!
Big man, big gun, and little old me.
Already popped him.
Although unfamiliar to Alufi, the gun owner was definitely not considered a suspect in the co-ed killings. Big Ed lived with his mother.
Get in on the defensive!
Jug dead.
But the address was unknown.
Got an access card.
We parked right there. And we went around. Anything.
This room's locked. The information we're after could be in there. I suggest we locate a senior Rosetta officer and liberate them of their keycard. Hopefully that'll allow us to gain access.
When a car came around the curve and pulled up right there where that car is, I told John, I said, let me go ask this guy if he knows where Kemper is. So as I approached the car, there was a gentleman in the car lying across the front seat with the door open, and he was fiddling underneath the dashboard. And I was just about to this point when I said, excuse me, I'd like to speak with you for a second.
When he got out of the car, he got out of the car, and he got out of the car, and he got out of the car. And immediately I knew that this was Mr. Kimber, the man I was looking for, because he towered over me, and I'm 6 feet
Check it
tall.
out. I think we found the jackpot.
I explained that, what we needed to do, we needed to take his weapon.
Definitely.
Make
They've
sure
got
that he was
comprehensive
right to
design.
have it
Looks like
legally.
it's for some.
We came to the
If
trunk,
I'm not
and
mistaken,
he had his keys in his
they're
pocket.
examining how the environment and crops are affected by. Seems to be. this would
Hold down
explain the
tab
super
for the
reactor.
camera.
Separated.
It releases
I came
huge
on
amounts of.
one
Let's
side
photograph.
the car on the trunk, and my partner was on the other side, and we had our hands on the guns. The only thing that was in the trunk was a bundle, like in a blanket of some sort, a towel. He started to reach in for it, and I said, "No, wait a minute, let me get it."
They have the column's leadership.
Got the bundle.
Some guy named Roland. There's also and a few more names. We should probably.
Or anything. I thought that was a little strange, but we took the
You take a
hint
picture?
and we left.
Alufi handed the gun in at the station and thought no more about it. Two weeks later, 5 o'clock in the morning, Officer Jim Connor is on the night shift when he overhears a colleague taking a call from the gun owner.
Knowing it, I got on the phone and
How the fuck do I just
we started talking.
take a
I
fucking
could tell
picture?
that something wasn't right. He was in Pueblo, Colorado. He was in a phone booth, and he hadn't had any sleep for several days. And he said he had done something really bad. He said that he had killed his mother and a friend of hers.
How do I take the
He
picture?
said that they were at his house, and he asked me if I knew Mickey Alufi, and I said yes. And he says, well, my house is hard to find. Mickey knows how to find it very easily because he had been out there and had confiscated a gun.
Officers contacted Detective Alufi at his home.
I'm standing there getting all this information and giving all this information, and I have this tremendous feeling of all of the blood just rushing out of my body. It was just, oh my God, this is unreal. One of the deputies broke the back window, which is on the other side of the sliding glass door.
God, it's fucking dumb.
And then we started looking to see if we could locate the bodies. In the closet. We pulled back a sheet and we saw some hair and some blood.
Then Big Ed Kemper made a startling confession.
He made comments to Jim Connor on the telephone that he had killed all of the co-eds too.
Taken into custody, 24-year-old Edmund Kemper would then reveal an extraordinary and sickening tale. In the early 1970s, the Californian beach resort of Santa Cruz had been stunned by the mysterious disappearance of a series of young college girls and a catalogue of gruesome
All right, I think I
discoveries.
got him.
Then in April 1973,
Show the intel to Wendy.
6'9" Edmund Kemper unexpectedly confessed that he was the infamous co-ed
Yep.
butcher, and that he now had a tally of 10 murder victims to his name. Taken into custody, he would now reveal his extraordinary story.
The co-ed killer had such a fascinating life.
Born in 1948, Edmund Kemper was the middle child of 3.
His mother and his father were very strict disciplinarians. There was no leeway one way or the other.
Huh.
Growing up in Burbank,
Transfer of ignium energy?
Kemper looked
Temperature
up to his
gradient problem.
but had difficulties
So it
with his
seems
mother,
these
Parnell.
climate-altering machines the vultures have been deploying, ruining our crops and making it almost impossible to live in this place. It all makes sense now. And yet, the plans for this reactor seem they're up to something. Something bigger and even more deadly.
In 1957,
What's that?
after years of unhappy
This
marriage,
picture is...
the 9-year-old
They want to
Edmund's
wipe
parents
us out.
divorced.
And what is that? Thank you. The consequences would have been...
Clarnell, Edmund, and his two sisters moved away. Kemper was already behaving oddly.
He showed a lot of pathology as a child. He would cut off the heads of his sister's dolls, in other ways deform the dolls.
At 10, he had made a comment that if he ever had to kiss his teacher, he would have to kill her. And when you think
What's
about
she want us to do now?
at that point, having that kind of thought process, you begin to wonder, you know, what is it about him?
Mine just says join a hive and then defeat the 5 enemies.
The young Kemper
The tutorial
was developing a
challenges.
violent fantasy life. He
What I want,
grew from
world task?
to harming animals. He admitted once burying a cat alive, later digging its body up to play with.
There's many serial sexual murderers that have a background of killing cats,
Okay.
torturing cats, tormenting cats. Why cats?
Insider
Cats
4
are a female
Obsidian.
symbol.
Kemper was showing warning signs that the FBI have since identified as common amongst a number of serial killers.
Basically, you're dealing with a young male that is engaged in fantasies that are aberrant and destructive and violent before adolescent. You're looking at an individual that has a broken home, a cold and distant mother, a absent father through divorce or just abandonment. They get into animal torturing. There are patterns that are identifiable.
Kemper grew taller, stronger, and stranger.
His mother put him in the basement room and would lock him in at night because she had this idea that he could possibly sexually assault his sisters.
Hold on, I'm making some,
having a cot and a
I gotta
sleeping
repair
bag
my shit.
and a light hanging down from the ceiling with just a bare bulb and a string. He talked about it as being a very difficult time in his life, very scary. You could hear rats running around at night, that kind of thing.
As a teenager, Kemper left his mother, heading to Los Angeles to seek out the dad he idolized.
He had hoped to go and live with his father, and he described to me that
I'm good. I can
when
go.
he went there, he was rejected by his father.
Kemper was sent to live with his maternal grandparents on their remote farm. Here, the troubled teenager's violent fantasies would be realized for the first time.
I've already got them maxed out.
He found his grandmother
Yeah,
to be an
I literally was just fucking getting coppering it and calibrating them the other night.
His grandfather was out shopping or whatever, and he took a 22 and shot and killed his grandmother.
Okay. You need more?
When he realized his grandfather would be coming home and finding his wife dead, they were elderly.
Crafting 30.
He decided he couldn't allow his grandfather to go through that trauma, so when his grandfather came in, he shot and killed him.
He said he didn't want the grandfather to suffer knowing that his wife was dead. It's the most bizarre statement. I mean, you don't go out and just shoot somebody to keep them from finding out that their wife is dead.
Kemper was diagnosed a paranoid schizophrenic and sent to the secure Cascadero State Hospital.
Have you made your adrenaline shots yet?
That was a very harmful place for him to be institutionalized.
Remember the adrenaline shots, that's like a self-revive.
A lot of bad things.
Dr. William Schanberger was one of the facility's staff.
In those days, we had 1,600 patients in the hospital,
there were probably several dozen people who had committed murder. 800 mentally disordered sex offenders. We had psychology staff of only 10 people or so.
Although not Kemper's therapist, Schanberger would have regular contact with the inmate.
Ed is a bright fellow, and that was
What?
obvious when we were talking with him. He was kind of a
Yeah, their synthesis bench, I think.
patient.
The likable Kemper soon became a trusted assistant to the psychology staff that dealt with the hundreds of sex offenders.
He had so much access to the records,
Man.
and there would be detailed descriptions.
I don't even
of
have any
methods
steel.
used in carrying out
I can't even make
crimes,
steel yet.
Techniques of deception.
Remember, he was 15 when he went into the mental hospital, and he really had never had any sexual experience at all.
Generally, what you'll find is that the child will pursue these
See, hold
violent fantasies, and in adolescence, the sexual element will come on board.
Bronze
and
crafting.
They will have sexual fantasies that develop along the lines of
There we go. I'm unlocking it.
people as an actor rather than a partner.
There she
They
is.
want to do something to somebody, not with somebody.
Charcoal.
A fantasy
Fuck, I don't have any charcoal.
He
Here.
described himself as masturbating
Where you at?
numerous times during the day when he was in the mental hospital.
Okay, but
As part of his duties, Kemper had access to the hospital's psychological test papers.
Kemper was
I
very
need to go get some wood.
He knew what a psychiatrist, a psychologist wanted to hear. He knew all the criteria for different diagnoses. They treated him, and I think they thought they cured him.
After 5 years in the secure
I have some copper ingot for you.
Edmund Kemper, now 20 years old and 6 feet 9 inches tall, was released.
The Raven is obviously using us, but his intel checks out. Havoc has reactivated this old missile base in their bid to force the world into submission.
Yes, sir.
These weapons threaten the very backbone of humanity. They won't stand. We'll storm the beaches, breach the
Trying to make me a furnace.
the poison that they planted in this territory.
I'm about to make one.
He was discharged, by the way, to the youth authority.
Yeah, keep our bitch asses a little warmer.
Recommendation not for him to live with his mother. Unfortunately, the youth authority didn't follow.
Oh, check up on my second floor. Have you seen my my? I think it's called a blood spine northern pike. Yeah, I caught it earlier. I went to one of them fishing things that pop up. Yeah, and I caught it.
So I think he was lonely.
All right, Bubba.
Here was a young man. He's 21, 22, and he probably never had a date in his life. Probably have the usual interest and needs to connect with women. What can you tell someone about yourself? That, I murdered my grandparents, and I was in a mental hospital for the last 5 years of my life. I can't imagine how difficult it had to be. That doesn't excuse anything, but it, in my mind, describes the situation. So he started picking up coeds, and some of them he wound up murdering and doing even worse things at times.
In custody, Edmund Kemper would reveal to investigators the full horror of his extraordinary crimes, in minute and graphic detail.
It's about as serious and complex series of sexual pathologies as I've come across.
He said a lot of things that they're kind of disturbing.
In 1973, after the disappearance and murder of half a dozen young college girls, detectives held Edmund Kemper in custody. And the 6 foot 9 inch killer was eager to talk. Leading detectives to the scenes of his crimes, he would explain his murders in chilling detail to anybody who'd listen. He talked and talked and talked, and just gave every bit of information you could ever dream of. And he goes into great detail about the things that he did to these girls.
I got my steel ingot over here.
Serial killers I've worked with
Doing, I can make centered brick now too.
One group of serial killers will never like to talk about.
I can make the upgraded ammo as well.
At all. Whereas the second group of serial killers are desperate to talk about their.
Nah, hell no. The copper works fine for now.
Of the story.
He said a lot of things that they're kind of disturbing.
I got shit. I got. Let me look. Hold on. The Starchrome that you spend at the Wish machine.
He spent a lot of time traveling all over Central.
I got almost 18,000.
Los Angeles, and what he would do is he would find hitchhikers and he would essentially do a practice run.
Yeah, no, I was just telling you how much Starchrome I had because I was looking in here the other night and I was like, holy shit, I could buy 2 guns if I wanted to, or like a, you know, like the fucking blueprints too. Because they got one that helps, like the whole thing helps with the cold.
His harmless persona and perfected his plans. Only then did he feel confident.
Yeah. They're called the set blueprints in here. So I don't remember which one it is that helps warm you up, but I know there's one in here. I was seeing it the other night. Blackstone. Cold and heat resistant plus 2.5.
And Anita Lucchesa.
And that's for every piece of clothing.
In Berkeley.
But it'd be 369. It'd be 18,000 to buy the whole set.
He would drive off and immediately he would say, "Oh,
yeah.
I don't think your car door is closed." And he's huge. He's a big man. He could reach all the way across the car, open it, close it, and then he would drop a chapstick behind that mechanism.
Yes, that's what I got right now too. It just don't show it because I got this fucking shit on that I bought.
Kemper drove them to a remote spot. He told detectives that holding the girls at gunpoint, he had forced Anita to climb into the trunk. He then returned to the car and stabbed Mary Ann until she was dead.
Just think about Lucchesa in the trunk, listening to her best friend being stabbed and hearing her screaming. I mean, you know, it's pretty heavy stuff.
Furnace.
Kemper then opened the trunk.
Ooh, bitty nice.
He took the dead girls to an apartment.
I put the furnace on the coffee table.
There he dismembered them.
Cool with that.
Dumping their remains in the mountains.
Actually, I want to. Let me.
All the while, the police hunted the mysterious co-ed.
Hey, when I try to relocate something and I automatically I accidentally destroy it.
Was sitting next to them in their favorite bar.
Furnace.
I remember Ed being there on many occasions, especially during the time of the
Well, I'll tell you what.
that were going on.
It don't fucking the wood and shit don't do very much on here, does it?
He was a likable guy.
While he was with them,
Yeah, when you put it in the fire. Look, you see the furnace over here, bro? It keeps this whole floor warm. Yeah. I mean, I know it'd be a little better if it was mobile, but I'm trying here, bro. I'm just trying to impress you, dude. Do we need more? Do we need another helium?
To hang out with them was one, but they also sometimes can follow the investigation and see if they're talking about.
See, I need 20 charcoal.
This is very stimulating for them.
Let's see.
It was just talk about, you know, a girl found here, a girl found there.
Can't make charcoal because I gotta go get fucking wood.
Up on shore and this kind of thing. It was a
I shouldn't. We shouldn't move these bitches. Period. Well, no, actually, you're not really closer to any trees either. I see that.
On the 14th of September
So I didn't think about it when I moved down here, because I ain't gonna lie, I've been thinking like, damn, we need to start getting some acid collected. Because don't we need acid for ammo, don't we?
She had made a sign because she missed the bus.
I think to make the gunpowder.
To San Francisco. She was very young, small, easy to overcome. Got in the car. He drove across.
Oh yeah, I forgot we got them blueprints a minute ago.
But unfortunately for her, just kept going. This little girl was terrified, obviously.
Kemper bound, gagged, and then suffocated his captive. But it was only when Kemper took his victims' bodies home that he could fully act out his twisted fantasies.
With most of them, he would actually have intercourse with the dead woman. He would have sex with her entire body, then sometimes also with the decapitated body,
I haven't even calibrated none of my clothes yet, bro.
and then sometimes
That is a very good point you just brought up.
oral sex with
I'm gonna go ahead and get more wood while I'm out here. You need any meat or anything?
It's not unusual
Let me know, I'll
for
pull the
a serial
trigger.
murderer to have sexual interactions with a decapitated body.
Dude, my sniper just did 2,151 damage to that elk.
I have the power to do anything I want with this woman. She's mine, and I can do anything that I'm curious about. Do anything
Yeah, I might as well go ahead and get the meat while I'm out here.
And nobody can do anything.
I miss playing this game.
Power is a big part of it, but extreme
It is.
psychopathology is another.
Better go and get. I got the meat I need. Where'd the one go that I fucking shot up here?
Kemper would separate his victims' bodies.
That ever be happening to you sometimes? You'll kill something that disappears? Okay, making sure.
Just minutes from Detective Terry Medina's home.
Sushi Wally Wally, bang bang.
When I did find out that he was up
All right, I got us some wood coming too. Yeah, I'm glad you reminded me about that fucking using your Stardust for the fucking still ammo. 'Cause that shit sucks.
she would be home alone a lot.
Mm.
So that gave me kind of a funny feeling in the pit of your stomach.
We'll go ahead and cut every one of these trees down. I know I can't wait to open the chainsaw up.
It was a predator. Well, this is would be approximately
Shit, and the jackhammer or whatever it is, or the electric drill.
very remote. It was even more remote 30 years ago than it is today. There was nothing up here then. It was just in the mountains. Picked up a sack and then right to the edge. And remember, there was no fence here. Heaved it over. And
Yeah, so I
that was the remains.
got up, took the Blazer to the store, and then took the Rent-A-Tool back down 98. It's about 10 miles away from the house. Then drove back. Fuck the hell, where did we go? Then got back to the house. I let the motherfucker run for like 30 minutes out there in the driveway, and it stayed like the whole gap below 210. So, and I'm gonna blow the radiator out too. I didn't realize there's a fucking bird's nest underneath the like in front of the radiator. Yeah, all the way at the bottom. Looks like a bird's nest, or like it might have like caught grass or something. Oh, so Day I was like, damn. It could have even been from mowing or something, bro, and not even paying attention to it, throwing it up like a chunk of grass up in the grill. I can't really tell exactly what it is. I'll let you know whenever I get it.
She was young, she needed money like anyone else. She was very pleasant, and
makes perfect sense. Because like probably a quarter of the bottom of the radiator is covered in grass.
that we could, trust her with our children. He had shot her with a 22.
Kemper took Cindy's body.
So yeah, I'm probably gonna pull the grill out of it. I might go ahead and paint it while I got it out.
But in his mind, there was some relation.
I thought about trying to find the color of the Blazer itself, like color matching it. It would be, but even if you could get it close, you know what I mean? I'd prefer it more than black. But black would still look better than what it does right now.
So that
Yeah.
there was some.
I love that bumper you put on there. You put that front bumper on there, didn't you? Where'd you end up getting that one from?
A gentle giant.
Did you?
You know, with a very nice personality,
Okay.
and likable kind of guy. That he could be responsible for something like that.
Yeah.
In addition to the murder of his
Feel
grandparents,
that.
Edmund Kemper had taken the lives of 6 young women. Next,
Oh, dude, did I tell you about that woman and her kid at the red light at 37? Bro, that shit was so awesome, dude. So fucking awesome.
by March of 1973, 6 feet 9 inch Edmund Kemper
You can breed animals now, bro.
murdered 6 female co-eds.
Yeah, you can. It's called a youngling hut. It's under function facilities, in facilities. You can have an animal trough. No shit. Oh, bro, you can make zip lines now.
This whole
You can make a cooling fan.
the handgun away from him. He was under the impression that I was.
You can make an electric heater, dude.
Thought we were playing a game, that we really knew he was the murderer.
What the fuck? That's so cool, dude.
Kemper worried his mother, Clarnell, would now
Dude,
learn of his
dude.
He did not want her.
Oh yeah, I'm almost to the point where I can unlock a fridge, or I can get the fridge unlocked. I need to make the drying rack.
Edmund Kemper
Well,
resolved to find
actually, what I need to do.
he had
Do we need some filtered water?
since he was a child.
He got up
Would that help our case right now, or no?
with a hammer, went into his mother's bedroom.
Because I know it hydrates you more, right, than just clean water.
Had several times.
Fuck. I'm one cipher short of being able to open it. Fuck.
Kemper's mother would suffer
Mother,
the same
mother
fate as
flipper.
young co-eds, and more.
There's plenty of water up there in that storage tank, bro. By the way.
And then he inserted his penis into her mouth.
What the fuck did I need? What did I need charcoal for just a second ago?
And just yelled and screamed at it. And at times threw darts.
I hate when I do this to myself.
He talked about all the times she had screamed at him,
All right, here.
yelled at him.
I'm going to cook. Oh yeah, I gotta cook this. I gotta roast this meat up.
Vocal cords and tried to destroy them in the garbage disposal at the sink because it was her chastising him using those vocal cords that
What in the fuck
so bothered him.
was I doing?
Fearing his mother's death would soon
There
be
we go.
discovered by her best friend, Kemper invited her to the house, murdered her, and then fled. It was
What is
only
a
after
fucking
driving
upgrade?
for
An
3 days
enhanced
without
furnace?
rest that he called the police and gave himself up. Detective Medina was sent to the mother's apartment.
Oh yeah, I got an enhanced furnace now. Dope.
When we arrived,
Alright, so now we got 3 furnaces over here, anyways. Dude, what did I need steel ingot for, bro?
left on vacation.
Or charcoal, I should say.
Over the mattress. And of course it was soaked with blood.
How do you fuse your blueprints again?
He left a note that said, "Sorry, gents,
You remember?
for the mess, but really had no time." That's the first time in my career, and I've been in this business 43 years, that, you know, the suspect left the cops a note.
The bodies of Kemper's mother and her best friend
Blueprints.
had been
Oh, you go to
carefully
your
hidden in 2
backpack
closets.
blueprints. I knew that. I was testing you, gangsta. Oh, you know what I need to do while I'm in here too? I need to
Would be tried for multiple
mother
murders.
effing
Both prosecution and defense Search for the answer to the
Well,
question on everyone's
see
lips.
here, you see? Would you look at it?
Why would this large,
Fortress
friendly,
Warfare, burn on hit.
cooperative guy
You see that new M416 they added?
kill all these people?
Defense investigator Harold Cartwright spent
I can
over
build
100
one.
hours interviewing Kemper.
The fucking basic bitch one.
Felt threatened at any time by, 260 pounds or something, 6'8" or whatever. And he's an enormous man, but he was just sort of like a gentle giant.
But it seems Kemper's demeanor with the opposite sex may have been very different. Cameron Jackson, a graduate psychology student at the time, was asked to perform a standard personality test on him.
I was the only person in the room with him, and and he was very cooperative. And then suddenly, just out of the blue, he both sort of started to get up, and he just erupted like a volcano and he's like that, and his hands and everything, and I just went like that backwards.
Let me see.
And then immediately came one or two
10.
who calmed everything down. It was just so fast and such an overwhelming rush of
It
emotion
is.
and fury. I don't really
I don't
remember
know,
the
just
exact
looking at
question
it.
now that I was asking, but I'm sure it had something to do with women. And I was a woman asking him.
It's in, what is that? Hold on.
In the courtroom, Kemper's taped confessions were played aloud.
I recall that sitting in the trial, listening to the taped confession of Kemper and looking around and seeing the face on the parents of the murdered girls, just the shock and agony and what they had gone through.
In the coverage of these terrible crimes,
Oh, it's in
the
logistics.
aspect of the victims.
Gotta go third one down.
There's a brief mention of their names usually.
It's by the water filter.
College girls. They were working towards a career. They might have chosen to have a family. All of that is lost.
Dude, it's hard finding this shit sometimes, bro.
Comes along and takes them away.
What a tragedy. In those families where a young woman was murdered and taken away, the tragedy of that is as much alive today as it was back in 1972.
On the 8th of November, Edmund Kemper was found guilty of 8
Yeah, that's probably what I'm
counts
gonna
of
try to open up
first-degree murder
next.
and sentenced to life imprisonment. So what drove Kemper to take the lives of 10 innocent victims? Was it his broken family life and the alleged emotional abuse from his mother? Or was he simply born to kill?
He only once said something like, it was the way I could control them. And that's the only thing he ever said the entire time I dealt with him that had anything to do with why he did what he did.
Ed Kemper is the classic sociopath.
He feels no guilt. It's all about him. No compassion whatsoever.
It's very difficult to say how he looked at what he was doing. Would a person who walked into a butcher have remorse about cutting up a chicken? I don't know. I doubt it. And I think that's what he looked at. An object that he could dismember.
You know, you look at him and you say, okay, something happened. His wiring was crossed.
Calibrating your armor.
He had something. And then you look at him and you say, no, this is strictly environmental. You know, the way he grew up, all the life experiences that he had led him to the point that he becomes this serial mass murderer. Maybe he was killing his mother all along. Who knows?
I think when we're all studying serial murderers, we want to find something to blame. It's got to be this crazy mother that he had who locked him in the cellar, but she must have felt something.
Well, that furnace don't fuck off, does it?
Around serial killers for a period of time.
I need to
will
put
pick
another
up
one of those
Some type of a feeling. They
for the
can't
other
describe
floor.
it, but they know something.
There are genetic and biological factors. There are sociological factors and there are complex psychological factors, all of which interact. And if we're going to ever reduce...
Yeah, very. As soon as I turned this furnace off a second ago, I fucking started freezing.
I don't think anybody is born. I think everybody is born with
Facts.
a series of pluses and minuses in their makeup, both physically and mentally and emotionally. I think things happen to people. Most people are able to cope with it.
You know, make a furnace for the for that second floor.
Several years after Kemper had been incarcerated, a parcel...
I don't even know if I got any of them heliums on me or whatever the fuck it's called.
...who'd been friendly with the teenage Edmund.
I received in the mail this cup from Ed Kemper. Ed said that it took him about a year to make, and it's a very, very complex. It's like a battery cup.
About to, though.
And on the cup is written also, I beg your pardon. And on the bottom, I never promised you a rose garden. Meaning to be, I think, a very serious apology.
I think there is a side of him that would have given anything to be a normal person. I could see that in him. I could see it while he was testifying. There's a part of Ed Kemper that is as horrified and as disgusted with what he did as the rest of us are.
I'm sure that there's no part of him that is happy with what he wound up doing.
Oh, here. Can you accept the trade right now? There you go.
Hey, commercial contractors.
Got some.
Service Titan brings service and construction together in one place to power long-term profitable growth. Build your legacy with Service Titan.
Got you some roasted meat.
In the early 90s, Riverside's women became the target of a sadistic killer.
We had bodies all over the county. We were on this thing 24/7.
His victims subjected to a twisted form of brutality.
He had taken the breast that he had cut off and tossed it maybe 30, 40 feet away.
As his confidence grew,
Whoa, he cut off her titties?
He wanted to be an authority. He wanted to be in control.
The body count
Oh no, it's not good for him.
He wasn't going to stop.
Once you get the taste of blood like that in your serial
Every
murder,
time he cut off her breasts and threw him down an alley.
the root
Like,
of his inner fury.
what the fuck is wrong with this guy, dude?
It's like, oh God, you know, now I'm gonna get it.
And was he...
This guy's really got problemas. Yeah, you know, you can upgrade your shit in the memetics, because I only unlocked the Polar Expedition, and then we can do the Chaosium or Chaosium extraction, and it's like the second tier, and it helps you stay warm. But it takes hot rock ore, I don't know, and acid to make.
Riverside City.
I think I got
in
some of that
Southern
shit though.
California. A community
Could be
originally
wrong.
built on the rich
I have been
pickings of a booming citrus industry.
I know I'll be wrong again.
By the 1990s, the farming fortunes had faded away. But a
Yeah, I
shift
do. I
to
got
light
17 of them.
had revitalized the local economy,
Huh.
ensuring the sun-drenched community was still firmly on the map.
Riverside was very much considered a suburb of the Los Angeles area. We were about 50 miles east of Los Angeles in Orange County, and it was a very quiet community. People loved it.
It was very social, very friendly. It reminded me a lot of southern communities.
Huh.
Although crime figures were generally low, one area did not live up to the city's clean-cut reputation.
this was quite the boulevard
Where
in
you
the
at?
day where everybody hung out.
I want to give you one of these.
Former detective Christine Kears recalls
This,
Riverside's notorious crime hotspot.
Hold on.
University Avenue was, I would say, a cluttered street, disheveled, drug dealers, gang members, prostitutes.
Oh, do you?
You didn't want to drive
I think they keep you warm.
normal citizen.
From the freeway up, the girls would hang out and the Johns would pick them up. They were drug users. They had families to support.
Does that mean it'll keep you
so
warm?
they would go out and work the streets, getting money, turning tricks, getting their heroin, and taking care of their
Shit.
families.
Although Detective Kears was used to the daily challenges thrown up by the streets, a call to a factory complex in December 1991 would reveal a crime of an altogether different nature.
I don't know, fam.
The middle section of this trash bin holder was open. And the body was right here.
27-year-old local prostitute Susan Sternfield had been brutally strangled. But the killer's twisted actions had not ended there. He had elaborately positioned the victim's body
What you over here making, my guy?
after she had died.
She was what we call posed. She wasn't just laid out. She wasn't just dumped there. Her feet, her hands, her legs.
I'm smelling what
were
you cooking.
Positioned by the perpetrator.
The body was posed for us, legs open, basically saying, here's your trash, it's right here. Brings back those horrible memories.
Pro-level performance at work and at home. Shop hard-working steel blowers today. Real Steel. Find yours.
But the bizarre nature of the crime had been witnessed before in Riverside.
There was a worker at another industrial complex who was cleaning, and he went to the dumpster and found a body lying inside.
As in the case of Susan Sternfield, prostitute Cheryl Coker had been brutally strangled. The killer had also spent time displaying the victim's body after her death.
She was basically laid there. Her legs were spread apart.
Rarely does the killer position the body or take the clothes off the body. It was a very purposeful, specific killing.
When the killer poses victims, it's a kind of in-your-face statement to whoever finds them. So it adds one more layer to their feeling of power.
Detectives were also shocked to discover that the victim's body had been grotesquely mutilated.
On Cheryl, there was a severed breast.
We found it up the hill where he would have been thrown. It was probably at least around 50 to 70 feet from the body, so it was a purposeful heave.
That he obviously did not like prostitutes or did not like ladies of this nature because of the violence that had taken place with her.
As Detective Kears compared the cases of the two murdered women, she quickly began to fear the worst.
I went back and spoke with my superiors and told them that we've got a pattern going here. So where this is going to take us, we'll find out.
We were beginning to sense that we had a serial killer in our midst.
The Riverside community would remain unaware of the danger lurking amongst them. One such resident was easygoing local Bill Suff. "23 years previously, he had been fresh out of high school in nearby Lake Elsinore. As an awkward teenager, he had never managed to land a long-term girlfriend, but one local girl had caught his eye.
I was about 15, and it was at a football game in California. I saw him, and he seemed like a pretty nice guy. He was good looking, and he had a nice smile. He was kind of shy. I gave him my phone number. I said, give me a call. And I really did not expect to hear from him again.
Although Bill relocated to Texas for basic military training, he exchanged a number of letters with Terrell. However, some weeks later, a phone call from the new recruit would be met by some shocking news.
I did tell him that I wasn't going to be able to see him anymore because I had, been raped and I got pregnant. And he said, no, let's get married. I'll take care of your child. And so December 13th, 1969, we were married.
The newly wedded serviceman was away in Texas when Terrell's daughter was born.
He came back and told me that we couldn't take the baby back with us to Texas because he had told the superiors that the baby died. And that kind of...
Bill would arrange for his mother and stepfather to adopt Terrell's newly born baby. Several years earlier, Suff's own childhood in a single-parent family had fallen somewhat short of the all-American dream.
Bill Suff grew up with a very dominant, cold, non-loving mother. He was always trying to acquire his mother's approval, and she denied it to him
Refined
at every
parts,
turn.
fireproof plastic.
His father left when they were young.
So
Conversations about the past. I think he was trying to avoid them.
As the eldest of 5 siblings, Suff would take on a leading role.
Refined parts and fireproof plastic.
Bill's place in the family was really the substitute patriarch. The other kids got into trouble ranging from killing animals to starting fires, and Bill was always the hero who got them out of trouble.
The fact that Suff had to take over a lot of responsibilities
I don't
when his
either.
father left would have affected him in some ways, but I think
Because I can now craft the intermediate gear
others and
workbench. But I need fireproof plastic, and I need 10 of them, and then 10 refined parts.
Wouldn't stand out at school.
He was involved in the high school marching band. He didn't have any disciplinary issues or problems. His grades were pretty average, nothing unusual.
But the reserved teenager was evidently not happy with his lot.
He was trying to get attention from his different classmates. He was like a non-entity.
Most of his friends and acquaintances didn't think of him as
Tega
certainly the big man
Containment
on
Center.
campus.
He was desperate for approval and recognition, and he wasn't receiving it from anybody.
They can contain my wiener.
Rage in him to prove his worth, his value, and his power, basically.
As Suff continued his studies, no one could have ever imagined
Where we
the
head
extent
to
which
Obsidian?
he would go to make his mark in Riverside County.
We need to hit that Mooseville teleportation tower as well. Yeah, I'm probably gonna go ahead and go to the Woodland Ranch teleportation. Uh-oh. Oh, we can drive if we have to.
In December 1990,
So, girl,
suspected a
go
link
ahead.
between the brutal murders of
Trying to catch tongue in the butt?
both victims had
Damn.
been strangled and elaborately displayed in a ritualistic manner. As police searched for leads, they were desperate
Can you?
to
Okay.
catch the
Hold on, put a shirt on.
who was striking directly at the vulnerable women within the community.
The women that would work University Avenue were actually pretty well known. I mean, many of them grew up in Riverside.
Your boy was
area.
fucking
That's where they went
cold.
to school. Their families were there as well.
Having worked in the Vice Squad,
Sitting over here with
Detective
wrinkly
Kears
nipples,
knew the girls well.
wrinkly areolas.
Safety on the streets.
I think they felt I
All right.
understood, so they would share things with
Where
me.
you at?
I would make sure I would go out and meet the girls, and I would give them advice. You know, be very careful. I'm not here to arrest
take me
you.
long.
I'm just letting you know that we have a crazy man out there that's killing prostitutes.
Many
Sound like you were chugging something.
but to continue working the streets.
Butt chugs.
10 months earlier,
Freaking.
in nearby Lake Elsinore had been 35-year-old
Ooh, what's this up here?
Carol Lynn Miller.
My mom was a tiny little pretty thing, but she was like a force of nature. Just a sweet, loving mom.
What the fuck is you?
And she liked to write poems and draw and go to church. I have photographs that we would take during that time, and I could see it in my face. I could see it in my eyes and my smile. How happy I was to be with my mother.
Oh, you can melt it.
However, Carol Lynn's life was
Ooh.
becoming increasingly troubled. Although he frequently visited her, Shannon would predominantly be brought
Ooh,
up
shotgun
with
break. And a polar jelly.
She also had this dark side that was kind
I'm
of
on fire, Ricky Bobby.
by drugs. So I got to see both sides of her. She was a prostitute. I had to come to terms with that. But through all those times, she was always my mom. And as I got older, I started to understand more of her struggles.
But in February 1990, tragedy struck.
My grandma grew up.
Willie Tom.
Carol Lynn's body had been discovered in an isolated spot within a citrus grove. Her body had been displayed in a brazen manner after her death, caused by asphyxiation and multiple stab wounds.
She had
Are you riding a Willie too?
centered stab wounds to her chest. They weren't random, not slashing, just very deliberate.
Getting cold.
I got hit with a sledgehammer. That's what it felt like to me. My body swelled. But the
You got a
lights-
helium on you?
It felt like the world was collapsing in around me. And I went out to my little trailer that I lived in behind Grandma's, and I just laid on the bed, collapsing.
Ooh.
Although Carol Lynn's displayed body bore the marks of a brutal attack, an
That's
object
something you can
discovered at the
thermiate.
scene revealed a
Ready?
different side to her twisted
Gucci?
temper.
There was partially grapefruit.
No.
If he felt he could eat a grapefruit by standing there and looking at the body, looking at, honoring his work, that would tell one that.
Oh, dude, if you're popping a Willie and hit R, you'll do a backflip. Yeah, but I just can't land it.
When an individual goes above and beyond what is necessary to kill the person,
Yeah, you eat
it
shit.
tells you just how gratifying it is for him to expose himself to the risk of apprehension in order to carry out what he's doing.
The sheriff's department had also discovered two other victims, bizarrely displayed on open ground. Their
How's
bodies
Shauna?
subjected to mutilation
Oh.
and other grotesque forms of abuse.
One victim was found with a light administered vaginal area. We had items stuffed down people's throats and mouths after they were dead.
When Detective Kears linked the method of murder with the cases in Riverside, there could be no doubt the sadistic crimes.
It is cold where we're going right now.
The cause of death in these cases was strangulation. The pressure was so much it would break the bones. So it was quite violent.
Strangulation for murder is very personal. It's the person very close to the victim and feeling the life force leaving. So that is often about domination, a feeling of power.
Despite the lack of witnesses, the brazen killer left time marks and carpet fires at many of the murder scenes, giving investigators
I'll probably do the
insight
same thing.
into his movements.
So they realized the perpetrator was going back and forth between the county sheriff's department area and the city in the same vehicles, and that they needed to combine resources to finding this person and stopping him.
Welcome to AMH. Welcome to
to a shopping experience where you can rent a home on your own terms, where you can let yourself in to tour homes on your own schedule without a leasing agent present. Welcome to a leasing experience where it's possible to apply and sign your new lease in just a few days, where you can pay your bills and maintain your
Yeah, that is dope.
Welcome to a resident experience where you can enjoy single-family, pet-friendly living with the support and convenience you can count on. Welcome to AMH, where you can live mortgage-free so you can focus on what really matters. Welcome home.
As detectives created a joint task force, Riverside County Warehouse would be called upon to help with logistics. One of the regular stock clerks was
I don't know about that.
40-year-old Bill Suff.
He would provide us with all the equipment, all the desks, all the chairs that we needed to create the task force site.
As well as carrying out his duties, the diligent employee would also show an interest in the ongoing investigation.
He had conversations with our investigators about the homicide victims. As a matter of fact, the homicide victim was found one morning when two of the investigators were with Bill, and the pager went off, and Bill made the comment to them,
Are we fighting motherfuckers up
"Did you
here?
find another body?"
Ooh, he dead.
20 years earlier, Bill Suff
Oh yeah, he was mad too.
to pursue a life in the Air Force. However, his career as an aide in a military hospital hadn't been illustrious.
His military career was essentially unremarkable, certainly not glorious.
I do not know what kind of discharge he got. One day he's in, the next day he's not.
And it would soon become apparent that the newly married Suffs were not headed for wedded bliss.
Bill's relationship with Terrell was one of manipulation, control.
He didn't like me going to the laundromat alone. He didn't like me going grocery shopping alone. He was the one that
Anything
was
over here?
supposed to be in charge of everything. Our sex life was, you know, you're ready when I am. I would lay down and do it and be glad.
And Terrell would soon discover more worrying signs from her domineering partner.
We had a kitten, and one night he was meowing and meowing and meowing, and Bill told him to shut up. And the cat just meow, meow, meow. And so he had a little BB gun, and he shot him with a BB gun.
Ooh, just peeled that cat back blue. Anything over there?
The bejesus out of me.
Although the arrival of a baby boy was met with Suff's approval, his enthusiasm didn't last.
He was pleased right after the baby was born, but then Billy took up an awful lot of
just
my
hit me.
time. So I couldn't pay total attention to Bill.
Terrell would become increasingly disturbed
Same.
as her husband's behavior towards their son deteriorated.
He would smack him on the face. I told him, you don't do that.
Same.
And he would kind of turn around and look at me, and it's like, oh God.
Sometimes I'm bad about forgetting to fucking
He had no attachment,
pull it out though.
no bonding to anybody, including children. It meant nothing to him to feed a child.
He doesn't see them as
Yeah.
people. He sees them merely as
Damn, we didn't stop at that one and hit the teleport tower. Ain't no big
they
deal though.
belong to him. They're his possessions.
Despite Suff's abusive behavior, the couple would have another child. With Terrell working to make ends
Are you looking over there?
Suff would become the stay-at-home dad until tragedy struck in 1973.
Like, ooh,
Oh,
yeah.
and said something's wrong with the baby. So I said, I gotta go.
When Terrell arrived back at her flat in Fort Worth, she headed straight for the couple's bedroom.
Dejanay was laying on the bed, and Bill was saying, there's something wrong, she's not breathing, there's something wrong. And I was like, did you call an ambulance? He says, no.
When the emergency services
Get the
finally
storage box
arrived on the
downstairs.
scene, it would prove too late for the baby girl.
They pronounced Dejanay dead.
Hello there. You.
Then I found out that
Oh, the. Wonderful. I'll ask you this.
Were able to diagnose on Deschanel were extensive.
There's a blessing and a miracle.
Just so. I'm glad to see you grasp that which so many have failed to understand. Now, what? Yes, that's right. I see you've learned well. I have one final question for you.
A Texas court would sentence Bill Suff to 70
What's the
years
final
in
question?
prison.
Indeed. I'm glad you understand humanity's rightful place. I knew you were a true believer all along.
17 years later,
I'll
in
mark the
1991,
entrance.
The posed body of a sixth prostitute, Kathleen Puckett, had been discovered near Lake Elsinore. Police would focus their search on the victim's regular workplace, Riverside City's notorious University Avenue.
I did feel like this is definitely where you selected victims from because this is where most of the victims came from. Well, I don't think the girls really felt like they were in danger, even though they were warned constantly about protecting themselves. Everybody never happened.
But despite the focus of their investigation, a break in the case would eventually come from out of county. A tip-off in Wisconsin established a
I
prime
missed.
suspect for the twisted murders that had plagued Riverside for over a year.
We thought that the suspect might be a truck driver because they fit a lot of the profile type of information. Going out there, we felt this is our guy.
It was published in the newspaper that we were all back in the Midwest looking at a suspect in this case.
But as investigators headed out of state, Detective
I love this fucking sniper rifle.
returned to the back alleys of Riverside City as yet another murder was unveiled.
The body was located over here in the dirt outside the back door here.
And there was no mistaking whose work it was. Riverside's serial killer had struck again.
The body was laid out, nude,
Shut the fuck up.
Her legs were spread out, and her arms were not just randomly dumped.
to expose her genitalia in private areas. It would be disgusting for a woman to know that somebody has done that to her.
The body would be identified as another prostitute, 24-year-old Cherie Pacer.
Cherie Pacer was a deaf girl, young, sweet. This was a very sad situation.
As the remainder of the task force returned from the false lead in Wisconsin, police felt there was little doubt that the killer was sending them a very personal message.
He was mad. He was responding to the fact that this task force had gone off and diverted attention from whatever he was doing.
I think he thought, oh, I'll show them. I'm right here still.
In 1991, Riverside Police and the Sheriff's Department had formed a task force to
You make me
hunt
do
a
calm?
prolific ritualistic killer
This Vulture
preying on
Fortress
local
is
prostitutes throughout the
huge.
county.
I'm not sure where Igna might be.
The elusive perpetrator remained one step ahead of the authorities.
Once we had an announcement in the newspaper that a body had been found, it wasn't much longer we had another body. So it told me that this guy is just running wild.
Seven years earlier, in 1989, local man Bill Summers had been paroled in Texas, having served just 10 years for the murder of his baby daughter. Newly divorced,
despite the fact that he was supposed to not leave the jurisdiction.
Just trying to pull my fucking gun out.
His old stomping grounds, Riverside and Lake Elsinore.
Right,
And
weapon crate over here.
started his life over as if anything wrong that occurred had been just a big mistake. He was an innocent man.
He was very mild-mannered. He was friendly. He was outgoing. He was helping people. He was your next-door neighbor.
Bill Suff liked to be known as somebody who was standing up for truth, justice, and the American way. And he was going to be there to protect you, certainly to the...
These are just common dormitories.
Oh, no.
We need to find out where the leaders would stay.
Bill would hold down
Where the
a
fuck
variety
are the
of jobs
leaders?
in Riverside City and was always keen to get involved in the community.
He won the chili cook-off at the county employees' picnic.
Tell me or I'll kill you again.
And the county had a rideshare program, so
Looks like they're cooking for a crowd here. Let's keep looking. Hey, what about that platform at the top of the fortress? Looks like it might lead somewhere. We should head up and check it out.
What about that? If it's that platform at the top of the fortress.
In 1990, 40-year-old Suff would marry an 18-year-old supermarket. His second wife would soon learn there was a very different side to the happy-go-lucky old Suff.
He basically was like a boss to her. He just dominated her completely.
She was just pushed around and scared off. He wanted you in a position where you would
The
never
column sent you to kill Igna, didn't they? Well, you're out of luck. By the grace of the Great Ones. Our leader has already departed. So, why don't you go ahead? Run on back to the column and tell them you came here for nothing. Soon enough, I will be leading a force to crush them!
and it ceases to be when you have a child.
Oh no, 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 no.
Increasingly absent from home, he focused his attentions on an issue that he insisted was plaguing him.
He was told that there was a problem with the prostitutes and that he was clean up the area with the prostitutes.
Raising comments about the prostitutes being afraid to come and save because they're dirty, they carry disease, they steal.
Ah, motherfucker.
Damn it. Looks like that Vulture commander was telling the truth. Igna isn't here, although I do feel a fluctuation in stardust here. Maybe try using space-time to see what we can find.
He was very much two personas in the same body.
And all the time, Bill Suff's secret life would remain hidden.
It's not like he came home with a load of excuses
Up
as
here.
to why he was gone for hours and hours. He would just simply come home at whatever weird hour it was and go, "Hey, honey, I'm home."
I don't think he wanted to tell anybody about anything, what he was doing or what he was thinking. He had no attachment to adults, to women, to children, to animals, to anything.
Another weapons crate.
Just 6 months later, the ritualistic killer plaguing Riverside County was again.
I need backup!
This time, the elusive perpetrator had slipped up. The victim's best friend had witnessed her being picked up in a silver van.
She told me that he was a white male, probably in his late 40s, who wore glasses. So now we have a color of vehicle, we have a description of an individual. Now we need to find the individual, we need to find the van, and we can tie it all up.
As the task force attempted to close the net around the killer, Bill Suff's nighttime visits to the red light district would remain under the police radar. However, during the day, he would regularly brush
Anything in
shoulders
there?
with the law as he handed out police equipment in a county warehouse.
Oh, missile crates up top.
Really enjoyed this role because he got to be
It's on me.
seen as the boss of the warehouse. They knew he was not
Ooh.
the boss, but whenever they wanted
Maybe
anything,
416 scorched earth.
Bill was simultaneously a popular, okay guy, and yet for other people,
Don't just
he was
stand
that
around
guy
talking!
who
Get in there!
comfortable, but you didn't
Go.
know why.
lasts and beautifies for years. Rust-Oleum OxyShield.
Oh Lord. Yeah.
Although Bill wasn't employed by the police force, he would take a keen interest in law enforcement in his spare time.
In the apartment complex, he always would like to view himself as the protector, as a security guard type of individual. He'd have a jacket that almost looked semi-official.
If people saw him in an odd place, they wouldn't go, what's he doing there?
Oh,
It's like, oh, that's Bill. He's supposed to be in that odd place.
Where at? Oh. Oh. Ooh. That'll be good.
As Suff continued to patrol his neighborhood, Riverside police
hold
were
on, bud.
desperately chasing up leads, following a detailed
Okay.
description of the suspected serial killer. However, Detective Kears was about to experience another
Yeah,
unexpected
the M416 or whatever.
case.
I made a comment that this particular individual had a specific desire for white women. The chief at that point made a statement.
What all do we got left to do here?
That our suspect didn't like African American females. He liked white girls. And after that,
coming to you.
I found the body of McDonald.
Shit, which way did you go down?
Catherine McDonald had been a black prostitute, last seen working Riverside's University Avenue.
The publication in the paper, I think, drove our suspect to say, I can get an African American. I don't need to get white. I'll show you.
Part of that is interesting. They think they're superior to the investigators, but also it's a feeling of I'm the one in charge. I'm the dominant person here. I'll make decisions about what I do or don't do.
Little paper doll, deviant back there.
The killer's change of MO appeared to be prompted by an increased level of violence.
Her breast was removed, which was one of his traits. But she also had some stab marks. The wounds on her were so severe, so violent, that she was almost decapitated.
And the killer's heinous crimes were becoming more frequent.
Because of the manner in which these homicides were occurring at an exponential rate, we became more concerned.
Once you get the taste of blood like that in your serial murder, you're going to continue doing it.
The what?
In 1991, a Riverside task force finally had the description of a man suspected of murdering at least 11 innocent women. But as police tried to close the net around the elusive killer, the hunt was becoming increasingly desperate.
We had to catch him. We had no choice. He wasn't going to stop, obviously. As a matter of fact, he was expediting his rate of killing.
We had bodies all over the county. We were on this thing 24/7.
As they continued to be targeted, Detective Kears would stay close to the working girls on the street.
I would talk to the girls.
We gotta do that at.
Build up that rapport with the women that were out there working, so that they were trustable. That they would call me if something happened. That they knew that it wasn't just about catching a murder; it was about helping them.
The detective
I see the yellow dot over here. I don't know where to get to it at.
with 39-year-old Eleanor Cazares.
Use space time to view the after image.
Eleanor was sweet, soft,
Wow.
just a gentle person. It was such a difference from her family background.
As the festive season approached, Eleanor would continue to work University Avenue, despite the fact that a serial killer was on the loose.
Well, fuck.
Just 2 days before Christmas, he would strike again.
Where do I get back out of this motherfucker?
Police would discover a meticulously posed body when they attended the murder scene in a suburb of Riverside City.
An upper class areas. Rather interesting.
It's up top, ain't it?
The condition of her body was displayed. Some of her fingernails were broken, and her body had been moved from one spot to another.
Fucking gay.
The killer's trademark brutality was also plain to see. The victim had been horrifically mutilated, her breast cut off and thrown away from the corpse.
I wanted to move the hair off of her face so I could see who it was. And that's when I moved the hair, and it was Eleanor.
An autopsy would later reveal that Eleanor Casares had been murdered and dumped in broad daylight by the increasingly brazen killer.
When I saw who it was, I was very, very upset. I just felt sick inside that this happened on my watch. I felt really responsible to get this solved and get it solved immediately.
And Eleanor's death might just provide the key to unlock the sordid case.
There was a lot of evidence here. I was able to determine that the perpetrator had actually backed up into the place where he stopped. I was able to tell the investigators exactly what tires that we were looking for.
Unusually, none of the tires on the killer's vehicle were of the same make.
How many people drive around with 4 different types of tires on their vehicle? That's very unique and unusual to begin with.
Our plans are progressing well.
Police now
Soon
have
the
detailed
cleansing
information
shall begin,
on the
and
van
our friends have
and
helped
an
us deal
eyewitness
well with the
description
Colin and
of
Ember
prime
Strand.
suspect.
Now, can I count
The
on
task
you
force
to
was placed on high alert to catch the prolific killer before he struck again.
The plan
Our
was
plans are
that if
progressing well.
anybody stopped
Soon
their
the
vehicle
cleansing shall begin, and our friends have helped us deal well with the Colin and Ember Strand. Now, can I count on you to secure Onyx Tundra for the movement?
You have my word. We'll crush the column camp and claim the entire region.
If the vultures are planning an assault, how about we try to scuttle their plans?
And saw a green blanket which matched a lot of the fibers, and we saw rope in the van as well.
When she got the call, Detective Kears had just one question for the patrolman.
Look down and tell me what the driver's side front tire brand was. And when I asked them to go to the passenger side and give me the brand of that tire, that's when I said, okay, I'm en route.
Christine arrived at the scene and was finally confronted with the man she had been hunting for over a year. 41-year-old Bill Suff.
I looked at him and I was rather shocked that he was so plain, very calm, spoke very softly, didn't look like somebody that could commit the atrocious acts.
At that point in time, he was arrested and brought to the station.
I'm on my way to you, brother.
My family was contacted by a detective, and they said, we got him. And there was a huge ripple of relief that went through my family. And for every family that was involved in that case.
But despite his arrest, Suff remained unperturbed until Detective Kears steered the questioning.
Yeah, you don't like that hot shit, do you?
I leaned forward to him and I said to him, you were in the orange groves.
His attitude then did a complete change, a 180.
He said that when he was out picking oranges, that he ran across this body and there was a knife in her and he pulled the knife out. And then he made a spontaneous statement of, and then he
There.
cut her breast off.
That should be enough to do the trick. Now that you've placed enough explosives, let's get out of here. Once we're a safe distance away, you can blow it all to hell.
Good to go.
We found what we characterized as trophies or souvenirs, personal items belonging to the victims. Matter of fact, some of the victims had jewelry he had taken off the victims' bodies and given to his girlfriend.
3 years later, in 1995, Paul Zellerbach would lead the case against
That
Bill
explosion
Suff.
was fucking lame.
Well, I charged him with committing 13 murders of the prostitutes. We believe he
I
probably
ain't wanna play it.
murdered 20 to 25 victims.
The victims' families would play a significant role in the ongoing trial.
And the mothers and the sisters and the children got to testify during the penalty phase. I took pride in demonstrating to the jury that these weren't just prostitutes.
If I can squeeze out an hour or two this weekend, I'm gonna try to put the rock lights on the blazer.
Prosecutors Zellerbach and the news media have all painted
I think it'll look pretty good with them on there.
as a cold-blooded, heartless monster. They couldn't
I mean, I love neon shit under cars. I just can't stand it when people overdo it.
I am a caring, loving, and helpful person. Ask anyone who was close to me.
Got little legs.
In August 1995, Bill Suff was
It's,
found guilty of
it's almost like I can kind of tell that shit, but like, see, Papa.
although the brutal killer
So we're
was
going back to the
safely on
camp, right?
streets, many were left wondering
Turn to Camp
why
Igloo
he
to talk to
waged
Wendy.
his
Okay,
vengeful
yeah, I see.
campaign against Riverside's working women.
He was bitter, very bitter. And a lot of that was towards women. I had a domineering mother. Your wife leaves you in prison, divorces you. Women are always doing something wrong to you.
In his mind, the prostitutes would represent the lowest of all possible females. At the same time, because you can pay them and tell them what to do, they're also objects to be controlled.
But were
How about building me a...
Suff's brutal actions the inevitable result
Ooh.
of the troubled path?
You're back from Fort Obsidian.
I thought about
Did you
fucking
find
trying to
Igna
build me
there?
a submachine gun or a shotgun soon.
It's hard for me to say someone's really a born killer, but he certainly had a lot
Damn.
of predisposition.
I knew I shouldn't have. What about that assault they're planning?
He was born with this tendency to violence and cruelty, and he actually
Really?
had that
Amazing! Thank you. Although Igna wasn't there, at least you've eased. I'm glad you came to Onyx.
Something triggered his actions that allowed
Go to
all
Unfallen
the past upbringings
in
and
search of Roland.
challenges to surface.
Maybe our marriage breaking up might have sparked it.
I'm already here.
Killing Dejanay might have sparked a little fire.
It wouldn't let you fast travel to Camp Igloo.
10 years to burn.
You gotta open. Oh, did you open up this activator down here or whatever it is?
For many, the memory of Suff's murderous campaign has finally faded. But some will never forget the vulnerable women who lost their lives.
When I reflect on my mom and remember her.
Oh. Whoops. Trying to find something to watch on YouTube or listen to. Tired, my guy? Ooh. Ooh. Huh. Damn, son. Sound to me like you gonna get about ready to get you some rest soon. Shit, we got a lot done tonight. Don't forget neither, when you get 1,000 sproutlets, you can come over here and buy the mods from that little jelly fucking fish head lady. Let's see. You think generator or water filtration would be bigger? I don't see water filtration being a problem. Actually, I don't even. I think I'm gonna Think about opening up. Yeah, I'm open up the solar powered generator. Fuck it. So then that means, okay, so I got new lights. And I need refined part. Yeah, I need I need refined parts bad, and fireproof plastic, and then fuses as well. Because if we do that, then we can put electric heaters in our house. So, what do you think? You'll be able to get on again this weekend? Okay. Just let me know when you go to get on, bro. I mean, not rushing you off now. I'm just saying, if you. I'll holler at you then, my boy. All right, see you, Bubba.